am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Doreen is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International Media Association. All right, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about BusinessDay. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dory is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All right, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about business days. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning and you're tuned into the Business Morning live show on Business Day television. We've got a packed morning ahead, starting off with the morning news. We then move to the newspaper review. We bring you conversations on the show and wrap up with the social listening. We go on a quick break. When we come back, we bring you the morning news. Just stay with us. You're welcome to the Business Day Business Life News. I am Deborah Eze. Let's see what is making headlines. NNPC offers fresh Cawthorne crude cargo in latest export drive. Cooking gas prices drop 39% as depot supply improves. State police bill, federal government unveils timelines, open portal for public engagement. And Zimbabwe overtakes Nigeria as Africa's best performing stock market. Now let's begin the news. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has offered a fresh cargo of Cawthorne crude for export, signaling continued efforts to strengthen Nigeria's crude oil exports and maximize earnings from the international market. The latest offering comes as the national oil company seeks to attract buyers amid evolving global oil market conditions and optimize revenue from crude sales. Increased export activity is also expected to support Nigeria's foreign exchange inflows and reinforce its position in the global energy market. Analysts say the move reflects Nigeria's determination to maintain strong crude export despite global market uncertainties. They note that sustained production, improved security around oil infrastructure, and stable international demand will be critical to boosting export revenues and supporting the country's fiscal position. And moving on, the price of cooking gas has fallen by 39% following improved product availability at depots, offering relief to households and businesses grappling with high energy costs. Industry players attribute the sharp decline to increased supply, improved distribution, and a more stable market. factors that have eased pressure on wholesale prices. The development is expected to gradually translate into lower retail prices for consumers across the country. Analysts say the drop in liquefied petroleum gas prices could encourage greater adoption of cleaner cooking fuel, reduce household energy costs, and supports the government's clean energy objectives. They caution, however, that sustaining the decline would deepen or depend on consistent supply, stable foreign exchange conditions, and efficient distribution across the value chain. And in other news, the federal government has released the implementation timeline for the proposed state police bill and opened a public engagement portal to allow Nigerians and key stakeholders to submit the views on the legislation. The initiative is part of effort to ensure broad consultation as the government considers one of the country's most significant security reforms. Officials say contributions from citizens, civil society organizations, traditional institutions, and security experts will help shape the final framework for state policing. Analysts say the public consultation reflects the government's push for an inclusive legislative process amid growing calls for decentralized policing to tackle insecurity. However, they note that issues such as funding, operational independence, accountability, and coordination with federal security agencies will be critical to the success of any state police system. And so when the news, Zimbabwe has overtaken Nigeria to become Africa's best performing stock market, highlighting shifting investor sentiment across the continent as economic reforms and market conditions reshape capital flows. Market data shows Zimbabwe's equities have delivered stronger returns than Nigeria's, despite ongoing economic challenges. Analysts say currency movement, inflation dynamics, and increased investor activity have contributed to market performance, while Nigeria's equities have faced pressure from profit-taking, tighter monetary policy, and broader macroeconomic uncertainties. Expert notes that although Nigeria remains one of Africa's largest capital markets, sustaining investor confidence will depend on continued economic reforms, exchange rate stability, improved corporate earnings, and policies that encourage both domestic and foreign investment. They added that stronger market fundamentals will be key to restoring Nigeria's position among the continent's top-performing equity market. And that does it this morning on the news. Up next is the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news.
It's good to have you, Mr. Yomi Olubero.
Thank you so very much.
And let me congratulate you again on your appointment as the CEO of Deloitte West Africa.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about our appointment now. What's the expectations when it comes to the appointment to your clients, business alike, and also the stakeholders, regulators? What exactly is the expectation from your appointment?
Well, thank you so very much. So at Deloitte, we say we are AI powered and human led. And what that means is that as an organization, we want to support our clients, our people, and the country at large in leveraging the capabilities that we have within our organizations. Deloitte is the leading global professional services provider by far. It's a $74 billion business with 500,000 people, spread all around the world. And so we've got capabilities across different specialties, right? From tech to AI, to data, to cyber, to just different spectrum of financial advisory capability that clients do need. So my role and what it means to the client is being able to leverage all of those capabilities, bringing expertise within the local market, within the broader Deloitte Africa, which Deloitte Nigeria and West Africa is a member of, and more importantly, from within the global network of the firm, to supporting all that our clients really need to achieve. So we're here as enabler, we're here as strategic partners to help our clients achieve their strategic ambitions.
Right, very brilliant. I must say, amazing session you had during the panel session, and you really had lots of insightful, comment to make about that panel session. But what advice, in few words, do you have for CEOs that are actually trying to navigate this economic bandwidth right now? What advice do you have for them?
Yeah, I think if I can sum it in one, I think many businesses will make do and will benefit significantly from having strategic advisors to help them navigate all of the bottlenecks that we have. There's just so much that organizations need to deal with, from the barriers to the constraint to the regulation, while still ensuring they focus on their business. And so what successful organizations have done is to ensure that they focus on their core operations, core business, core capabilities, but ensuring that they leverage the skill and the expertise of advisors who've got the strength and the breadth and the specialty to handhold them and help them navigate all of the constraints and all of the challenges. So if I can sum it in one, that would be it, because operating in an environment like Nigeria can be quite challenging. Opportunities are massive. However, navigating and getting through to the end of the game can be very tough. Capital is available, but how accessible, how affordable? Skills are sometimes a challenge. What do you need to do to get them trained, to get them equipped? There are a lot of regulatory risks that you need to deal with. So becoming experts in many of those domains can be very challenging for businesses. So when businesses do that, they have very less time to focus on their own core operations, which is their own primary domain. So my advice, reserve all of your strength and all of your energy to focus on your own primary domain, but make sure that you get strategic advisors and partners to help you through, working in this environment like Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yomilungwero, for stopping by, and congratulations again on your appointment.
Thank you so very much, and I'm really pleased to be here. Fantastic conversation. We didn't have time to go through all of the sessions, but very stimulating. I love what Business Day is doing, and we're very proud that you stayed the course for a quarter of a century, and running this show for the 14th consecutive time is something really commendable. So my appreciation to the population, Frank, and to all of you who are supporting the process.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
This is still the Business Day CEO from the 14th annual edition, and I've got a very lovely woman by my side this afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to us?
Absolutely. I'm Aderemi Saka. I'm the MD CEO of NASCON Allied Industries PLC, also known as Dangote Salt.
Fantastic. I'm going to start by asking you a simple question, really. NASCON Allied Industries relies almost entirely on imports, for its core raw materials, bringing in roughly $22 million to $24 million worth of goods annually. Now, tell me, how has this crisis in the Middle East, which has virtually halted, shipping fundamentally, has it shifted your organization's long-term approach to maritime risk management?
For us, it hasn't really impacted in terms of our imports, but the cost of importation has gone up. Our freight charges used to run between $21 and $25, and now we're seeing freight anywhere from $31 to $40. So that definitely has a significant impact on our cost. But what we are doing as a business is to also look at ways in which we can trim down on other costs. And so we've really looked at cost saving initiatives across the board to be able to cushion that weight, because you definitely don't want to pass that on to your consumers.
Right. So we see many manufacturers they are increasingly turning to backward integration to reduce their dependence on imported raw materials. So how has this strategy helped your company?
In terms of backward integration of salt, that is very difficult because based on research, salt is you're not able to cultivate and to manufacture salt at the large scale within the country. But we're looking at all our other resources to see how we can really rely on local manufacturers. That is across the board in terms of our packaging material, in terms of other additives that we have to not just our salt, but also our seasoning. We're definitely relying more on local manufacturers to support those endeavors.
Now, you talked about something right there on the stage. You mentioned that energy cost amounts to up to 40% of your total input cost. So tell us more about that. Like, just break it down for us.
So that is an average across the nation, across manufacturing companies. You're seeing 30 to 40% of your costs are from energy costs. So what we have done as a business is, one, we try to ensure that all of our plants, they're running in the most efficient manner. We have a mix of both AGO generators and gas power generators. And so that is able to mitigate some of that cost. And then, again, but the major thing I would say is efficiency, ensuring that you're producing in an efficient manner and you're optimizing your capacity so that way your variable costs are significantly less per product.
Fantastic. I think we'll just leave it there today because we know you have to run and we have to wrap up. But thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
This is still the Business Day CEO Forum, the 14th annual edition, and I'm still speaking to our CEOs, business leaders right here at the booth. I'm speaking right now with the CEO of the African Medical Center of Excellence, Abuja, Mr. Brian Diva. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to start by asking you what are some of the takeaways you've gotten from this event. I mean, it's been about 6 hours now of different sessions. I believe that you would have some things you're taking back home. So what are some of those things you might want to share with our audience?
Well, obviously being in healthcare, that's going to be an area that I'll take particular interest in and gravitate to. I really enjoyed hearing the comments from Aga Khan and some of the things that they're doing, the progress that they've made, the technology that they have implemented. When we opened the African Medical Center of Excellence, we were fortunate to have attracted some of the staff from Aga Khan. And so they're very accomplished, very skilled, and we're very grateful to have them. So a number of points that were made in his presentation, particularly around medical tourism and some of the things that we can do to not only reduce it, but to reverse it, the outbound medical tourism. Additionally, and of course, I think the highlight of the day are the comments made by the governor of the central bank, and the incredible things that have been done there to shore up Nigeria's economic situation and to stabilize the currency and ultimately build confidence around the globe in what's happening in Nigeria.
Right. Let's talk about healthcare. AMC has happened to, treat more than 5,000 patients across 20 African countries. What does this tell you about the gap that we have in healthcare in Africa?
Yeah, and let me just clarify, while the commissioning occurred a little over a year ago, we've only had our full license for about 7 months. And so the bulk of those 5,000 patients have come in about a little over half a year. I think what that points to is the fact that there is a pent-up need and a recognition of the need for specialized care that has not been able to be found either in Nigeria or even in West Africa in some cases. Before the AMCE was developed, a study was commissioned to determine what the gaps were. And that's really what guided us in determining what we would be doing at the AMCE. And so we have been fortunate for the last 3 years, while the hospital was being built, to go out and meet with the administrative teams of both government and private hospitals and develop good working relationships of trust with them to encourage collaboration. And so we have been fortunate that those referring hospitals have had confidence in us to send patients to us. And again, that acknowledges that we are in fact addressing some of the gaps that were there.
Right. Now, let's talk about the theme for this year's event, which is from stability to shared prosperity. When you think of stability to shared prosperity, right, for Africa, what does that mean for you? I mean, not just from an African perspective, but also from a Western perspective looking in. What would you say is shared prosperity?
Right. Well, I think taking the comments from the governor of the central bank, his is a perfect example of the theme of the forum, and that is stabilizing the economy, stabilizing the currency. And we can see that has significantly slowed down the growth of prices on everyday items, food, fuel, and that sort of thing. Now, there have been some other inputs to go into that. Our good friend Dangote has opened a large refinery with the help of Afrexim Bank,
yes.
And that too has lowered or stopped the rise of fuel prices. But once the stability occurs, then we're able to more confidently grow small businesses and medium-sized businesses, which increases employment and makes opportunities available for more Nigerians. And that's really what this is about. We need to lower unemployment. We need to provide more jobs and more opportunities to grow those small businesses.
Now, my final question for you will be navigating the economic climate, right? You heard from the governor of the central bank. He has talked about a lot of indicators that shows that our economy has stabilized. I don't know if you agree with that, but has it been navigating the economic climate as a CEO?
Yeah, so first off, I completely agree with the comments that he's made today and with the achievements that he's had. I've watched it. So I came when President Buhari was still in office. I saw the exchange rate.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment where we analyze what the dailies are saying across the nation's newspaper this morning. My name is Deborah Eze, and of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm right here in the studio with Mr. Joshua Bassi.
Yeah.
It's good to have you this morning.
Thank you.
It's always a delight to sit with you.
Thanks, Deborah.
Some of the mornings.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good having you in the studio with you.
I know you enjoy being in the studio with me. Of course, we are going to be going through the Business Day newspaper first, then we pivot to the Guardian newspaper, the Punch newspaper, the Vanguard newspaper, and then wrap up with the cartoon of the day. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads, fake drug markets thrive in Nigeria despite 1.1 trillion naira seizures. Fake drug markets thrive in Nigeria despite 1.1 trillion naira seizures. Interesting headline, big story this morning. And you can get the story on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, we have on the corner, the left corner of the Business Day newspaper, we have Nigeria's petrol refining boom runs into supply wall. And that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And still at the left corner, we have a big story, how Nigeria's oldest bank rose to #1 by market value. And that stocks sees over 600% rally in 2 years. And that is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And we have First Holdco 6 buyers for $1 billion block of Bridge Health shares. And that is also on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day, we have a graph, an infograph there that reads, the hotspots, the counterfeit drugs thrive in this market. And we have a list of markets ranging from Ariari market in Abia State. We have Anambra State. We have also we have 2 markets from Abia State, 1 Anambra State, 3 from Lagos State, which is the Dumota Market, Trade Fair Complex, and also the Balogun Market. And we have in Edo State the New Benin Market and from Kano, and 2 markets from Kano. And we can also see the impact of these so-called counterfeit drugs. This is I think this is actually a long time coming, because counterfeit drugs has actually like been, a thing since I was born, since inception. And it's really sad that away from the fact that we have to deal with counterfeit drugs, we also have to deal with drugs that, are not properly tested to know what can work. I'll give you an example. When I fell ill with malaria, there was a particular drug that, I know to buy. And every time I use the malaria drug, it just doesn't work. It instead makes it double, until I met up with the doctor, and then I was like, this is the malaria drug that I bought. And it was like, no. It is not a bad drug, but it's not just a drug that has been tested to actually fight, this kind of parasite. And it's sad that we have to deal with something like that. And this drug is something that is all over the market. Mind you, it is not a fake or counterfeit. Now, it's sad that we have to deal with that and then have to deal with fake drugs. And from the infograph that we have on the newspaper this morning, we can see that it's actually the major markets in Nigeria that, most of these drugs are produced from. What do you think about it, Mr. Bassi?
You said that we've been dealing with fake drugs since
when I was born.
I can tell you long before you were born. This has been a major issue in Nigeria. But of course, it is not only in Nigeria. There are other countries that are also fighting, fake drugs. But here, the problem basically in Nigeria is that it looks like we have not developed the capacity to actually fight it to a standstill.
Right.
I can remember when the late, Dora Akunji was the Director General of NAFDAC, so much effort was put in by that woman. God bless her memory. So much effort was put into it, to the extent at the risk of her life. I recall she herself being attacked, a number of times. She escaped assassination, all of that, all of which, were linked to the fight against a fake drug in Nigeria. Unfortunately, after her demise, or after she exited NAFDAC and then eventually she became a Minister of Information, I do not think that the people that succeeded her as the DG of NAFDAC have done as much as she did, because it was until she came to NAFDAC as DG that we really knew the level of the depth of the challenge of fake drugs in Nigeria, because she really went out to fight against it. But like right now, I don't think that NAFDAC is doing as much as the level of effort that we saw Akunji put in. I'm not sure the current DG of NAFDAC, but this is not to say that she's not doing her own, but only last week or so, I saw a report where she complained that NAFDAC does not have the staff strength to be able to fight this thing, all of this thing in Nigeria. I think she was saying that whether they have about 2,000 staff strength, and then she was comparing it to, I can't remember the country now, and she was actually saying Nigeria with a population of about 200 and something million, and she was comparing to another country with a population of a little bit over that, and that country has about she was talking about either 8,000 staff strength of their own version of NAFDAC to fight, at least to operate. And that Nigeria, with a population of about 200 million, people, we have just about 2,000. So she was saying actually that in terms of the scope of operation that they need to, cover, that they don't have enough staff to be able to do that. And truly, I agree with that. Because for you to be able to effectively fight a fake drug, because those who are involved in it, Deborah, are not joking. They are people who are ready to do anything at all to be able to sustain that market, to be able to sustain the illegality that they are doing. So for you to be able to combat them and then fight them to a standstill, you probably need, maybe double of what in terms of staff strength that NAFDAC is currently operating with, and so to be able to do that. But coming to, and then you wonder why, it's about money, but again, there's also a moral issue here. So why do you go sit down somewhere and put something? Because there was a time that it was reported that what these guys just do, sometimes it's just even put something as powder into something and then they sell it as drug, and then so you don't think about the effect that it has. So because basically people just focus on making money, and then it doesn't matter to them whether people are dying in the process of what they are doing from taking this fake drug.
So don't you think it's a structural problem? Because reading the analysis from BusinessDay, and I must say amazing analysis, because BusinessDay was able to point the major areas where we have the production of these fake drugs. Don't you think from what I read, there's been a crackdown in 2023 and 2025 in this major market, and before you know it, they're back to operation? So don't you think it's like a structural issue?
No, but it has also, look, for you to be able to do, because I recall, I think, was it not last year or so, even in Idomata here, there was a major crackdown by NAFDAC in Idomata here. I recall NAFDAC going there with ham, ham policemen, who really. And then that market was either shut down for a while, and then while that was going on, then they were able to evacuate tons of it. And then even in the Anambra states, there was also a crackdown, and even in Abia, I recall, there was at the area market, there was also a crackdown. But for you to be able to sustain that, because like I said, these guys are in for a serious deal, right? So if you go crack down today and then you leave, it's a matter of time. So what do you need? You need to be able to do this on a sustainable basis, or maybe you're going to station some, officials, and then armed policemen will be able to constantly monitor and to ensure that they don't continue, with what they're doing.
Yeah.
But again, some of these fake drugs actually are not all produced in Nigeria. They're also imported into the country. And so it also speaks to what's going on at the border, right? What's going on at the border? What's the custom? What are they doing at the border? I also know that, for instance, at the port, there are other, agencies who are into, for instance, I know that NAFDA used to have their officials at the port. The Standard Organization of Nigeria also used to have their officials at the port. Even National Drug Law Enforcement Agency also used to have that. So all of these agencies, right? What are they doing, right? Again, it is also for maybe I don't know, in terms of even because some of these things allegedly, all of these things are produced in China. Go to China, from what we also learned, they go ask this to produce this, and even in terms of producing substandard, people will go also, okay, you just need this. They reduce the quality. They reduce the quality of this, and then at a reduced price, and then they ship them in. So it's to be able to stop them from where they are being produced and shipped to Nigeria.
And also, I think the distribution process too is a thing, because it said that they even distribute to pharmacies. It's not like maybe people come to, it's a different thing when people come to where it is like you do motor market here. It's a different thing if I go there. But some of these drugs, or most of these drugs, make it to the pharmacy over the counter.
Over the counter.
How is that possible? Why is that possible?
That's what I'm saying. It's still about enforcement. Right. It's still about enforcement. And another thing that we also need to point out is that I have been to a few countries, Deborah. I have not seen any country I've been to where people, are allowed to have drugs. In the streets.
Yeah.
In the commercial buses. In Nigeria, I mean, of course, we all know.
Of course.
is allowed. And so you ask yourself, really, what's NAFDA doing? Every time I see it, I ask myself, well, because you see a woman who probably doesn't know anything about drugs, having a bowl of this thing, and then just going in the street and then selling, and people are buying. You see people advertising it on buses, public buses, and people are buying it.
No, you see that it's actually misplaced priority. It was here we're talking about the fact that they pushed that they should ban preaching in the bus.
Yeah, I mean, so you ban preaching in the bus,
but you're not talking about something very serious.
Something very serious.
As selling drugs.
So priority.
Yeah.
What do we consider priority in terms of even the way the public buses operate? You allow people sell,
not just sell anything but drugs.
Drugs.
Really sad. Let's now move on to other dailies this morning. And our next stop is the Guardian newspaper. And the big story on the Guardian newspaper this morning reads, Federal government, others pass burden of economic growth, stability to state governors. And that is on page 6. And on the left corner of the Guardian newspaper, we have JAMB to go paperless as I know unveils 5-year transformation roadmap. And that is on page 30. Also at the mid or below the Guardian newspaper, we have federal government rallies public input on state police as report says death toll is 5,091 in second quarter. And Oshun polls, I am not under pressure, but don't trust police, says Adeleke. And that is on page 7. And also, Falana demand probe of suspicious death, warns against cover-up. I think it's about time for that, and that is on page 29. And we have Enugu church abduction shows no Nigerian is safe, and that is coming from Obi. And Showore reignites controversy over Tinubu's educational status, and that is on page 5. At the top of the Guardian newspaper, we have Senate threatens sanctions as CBN, NUPRC, NDDC, others shun committee, and that is on page 3. And also 767 factories short, 335 others in distress under Tinubu's watch, Atiku alleges, and that is on page 3. And finally, on The Guardian, Nigerians, others lose $484 million to cybersecurity as Interpol warns of AI influence. And that is on page 5. Let's talk about the post reforms. The federal government, others pass burden of economic growth, stability to governance. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's what it is, really. With let's even look at it particularly with regards to state police, that talking about here. Clearly, it looks as if the federal government is, withdrawing from some of these things and then allow the state government to probably play a major role. I mean, probably more than what they're doing right now. I was listening to Mr. President talking the other time, and he was telling state governors, stop building flyovers where there are no serious traffic situations. So all these things. So just focus on what it is.
Was he talking to anybody in particular?
Of course, we know that.
The flyover, yes.
Just that they're telling the governor. Should state building flyover. They do state flyover all over the place. I mean, flyovers. It's Imo too, or something. Building flyovers all over the place. Are they really those things? Are the flyovers? Are they the things that really impact lives? So I think that the state government, if you really look at them, they haven't done enough. Yeah, and then especially given the fact that this time around, I listened to Mr. President also saying that the state government are now receiving 5 times, the revenue from federal government than they used to receive, 5 times more than what they used to receive before he came into power. And of course, made his popular pronouncement, the subsidy is gone, and the money that is now coming. State governments are receiving a whole lot of money now. So I think they need to do more. So, but this is not to say that the federal government should actually, withdraw from its responsibility. I think the state government should, step up, and the federal government itself should continue to do more, not to actually pass it on to the federal, to the state government.
Yeah, let's quickly scan through the Punch newspaper as we're pressed with time. And we have big story 2027. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi weighs ex-governors for campaign DG roles, and that is on page 2. And the writer to that story, Uzodinma, Al-Makura, Tambuwal, among front runners for presidential campaign DJs. Another rider, INEC opens 2027 presidential campaign August 19th. Obi may pick campaign DG from Southwest. And also APC, ADC, NDC to unveil presidential campaign teams next week. We also have Tinubu to review state police bill September 3rd, and that is on page 29. And also Labour gives federal government August 11th ultimatum over wage award, and that is on page 7. 30 years after Atlanta Gold, I have not been rewarded, and that is coming from Bon Frey, and that is on page 30. And I think that's okay. We have storm over fake agency probe as reps reappear final report. I think I would like to weigh this in when it comes to political views. I think our viewers should remember that we have a program called Reflections Nigeria where you get to have all of we have 3 experts give their views on things happening in the political world. That way you're able to stay informed away from business, because in Business Day we always meet business. So I'm tuning into Reflections Nigeria. That way you're able to have conversations, also have an understanding of things that are happening around the political world, especially the 2027 election, and also things like the state policing reform that is happening right now. And let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. I'm already told that we need to wrap things up. The cartoon of the day this morning. What do we have? Very interesting. I'm going to leave you, Mr. Bassi, to analyze this. This is your field. This is what you know how to do, man.
I'm trying to look at what Asuku has done here this morning. You can see 2027. What's that?
That's the 2027 presidential election. That's the trophy now.
Yeah.
The newest trophy. And a caricature of Atiku running towards it.
You can see PDP, you can see APC, you can see PDP, and you can see so.
Yeah. I think it's like a track record of the time that Atiku has ran for the presidential election. It's just a number of time, and it just feels like when you're actually running after things a lot of time, you start to look like a joke. I think that's
I've been struggling to become president since 1993. So it's come a long way, and I listened to him the other time when he said that this might be his last. So let's just hope and let's just wait and see what's going to happen. Is he going to get it this time around? I mean, I also recall sometime in 2011. Buhari said 2011 was Buhari, they left Buhari. So 2011 was going to be his last, but he ran again in 2015. Eventually, he got it. So Atiku is running again for 15th time.
Yes,
so
15th time.
Yeah, for 15th time. So is he going to get it this time around? Nigerian will decide.
Nigerian will decide. But I want to ask you.
But it's a tough one because I know that the current president is not a pushover at all.
Of course. I was going to ask what your opinion, your personal opinion is. I think I've gotten it already. The president is not a pushover. So you don't think
at all. So if we could get it even when he was not president, and even when the odds were against him, as it were, I mean, because it was clear that Buhari actually didn't want him. It was when it became very clear and obvious to everybody that Tinubu wasn't going to back down, that eventually Buhari and the rest of them, eventually turning their support for him. And I also listened to him the other time when he said, the route to this place was not easy.
Right.
Now that I'm here. You saw it.
Yes, I saw it.
That I'm here.
No, this is just a tiny bit of what Reflections Nigeria is going to look like. So please stay tuned. After the break, we're going to have our conversations on the show this morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Global oil prices fell sharply after US President Donald Trump paused plans for a military strike on Iran and signaled a return to diplomatic talks, easing concerns over potential supply disruption through the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude dropped about 7%, while Nigerian crude also declined after previously trading above $85 per barrel. The drop in oil prices comes as fears of supply shortage ease, following reports that the US and Iran are set to resume negotiation. A reopening of the Strait of Hormuz could improve global crude supply and reduce pressure on international oil markets. For Nigeria, lower crude prices present a mixed picture. While oil remains the country's biggest source of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, meaning lower prices could reduce public revenue and put pressure on foreign exchange reserve, consumers may benefit. Cheaper crude could lower refinery costs for the Dangote refinery and reduce landing costs for fuel importers, potentially leading to lower petroleum prices, reduced transport costs, and easing inflationary pressures. Analysts say if diplomatic efforts continue and global supplies improves, oil markets could shift from fear of shortage to concerns over oversupply, especially as production increases from non-OPEC countries and OPEC Plus gradually unwinds production cuts. As global markets continue to monitor developments between the United States and Iran, investors and policymakers alike will be watching closely to see whether easing geopolitical tension translates into sustained lower oil prices and relief consumers, while Nigeria balances the impact of weaker crude oil revenues against the potential benefits of low fuel costs.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
To the Business Morning Live Show right here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Now let's move to our first conversation this morning. We're examining unemployment, underemployment, and the cost of living, breaking Nigeria's employment circle. Nigeria's economy has shown signs of improved macroeconomic stability, with inflation easing from its peak, foreign exchange reforms taking hold, and GDP recording modest growth. Yet, for many Nigerians, particularly young people, the reality remains unchanged. Jobs are scarce, underemployment is widespread, and the rising cost of living continues to outpace household income. The question is no longer just whether the economy is growing, but whether the growth is creating meaningful employment and improving living standards. What needs to change to break this cycle, and what role should government, businesses, and individuals play? To help us unpack these issues, we are joined by Bamidele Idris. He's an engineer and project management professional. Good morning, Bamidele. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Live Show.
Good morning, Deborah. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Of course, let's go straight into it. The Nigeria's macroeconomic indicators have shown some improvements in recent months. But at the end of the day, many Nigerians say that they still don't feel the impact. So why is job creation lagging behind economic reform or recovery?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good question. The first point is that macroeconomic stabilization doesn't automatically or immediately translate into job creation. We have several examples all across the world that, Singapore is a good example of it. When they started their journey, it didn't translate immediately. However, in Nigerian context, Nigeria has recorded improvement in growth, government revenues, foreign reserves and investor confidence. At least the last interview that was granted by the Minister of, Finance, there was a lot of growth discussion in it. And if you look at the current Nigerian Bureau of Statistics report, they reported that manufacturing grew by 3.29% year on year in real terms. And that's the first quarter of 2026. However, growth must occur in labor-intensive sectors and translate into business expansion before households feel it. if you interview an average Nigerian now, an average Nigerian will tell you that he or she is not really feeling that impact of this growth that Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is churning out, the 3.29%. However, much of Nigeria's recent growth has been led by services and also capital-intensive activities. So what I just need to point out is that this can increase GDP. Of course, if you go outside, our GDP is increasing, our growth is increasing, roads are being built. In terms of our forex has stabilized to an extent compared to like 5 years ago when we were having excessive imbalance. So, however, in terms of the labor force, employments are not being created on the scale required by this labor force. Then secondly, businesses are still dealing with high electricity costs. There was a recent interview granted by the owner of Ibis Lagos, the Lagos franchise Ibis Hotel that is located in Ikeja, where he was being interviewed by the former Minister of Finance, Kemi Adeosun, and there was something he said, and this actually, you can actually juxtapose it with a lot of other businesses across, the country. He said, just for the fact that his business was moved from his previous band, electricity band, to band A, he was paying, I think, about 11 million naira just for electricity to power his hotels. And just for the fact that he was being moved to band A, he started to pay 49 million naira. You can imagine a business paying that amount, it is suicidal, according to his words. It is suicidal. 49 million naira. And a lot of businesses and manufacturing organizations are facing this challenge. So businesses are dealing with these high electricity costs. Then if you also talk on logistics challenges, there are so many logistic challenges. For instance, you have an organization that is based in Abuja, and that organization or manufacturing company needs to bring in goods from the port, which is in Lagos. Now, if the ship brings it just from Lagos and you need to transport it from Lagos down to maybe the north, considering the security challenges, these are some of the things that affect businesses. And that is why we're not really feeling it at the household level. Even where a company revenue rises, there are a lot of companies that declare that, okay, their profits has really risen, but those profits, are they really impacting the businesses and also the labor? It doesn't really matter. So because of the high operating costs, most of the gains that they make will go into that high operating cost. So the recovery is visible in some macroeconomic indicators, but the transmission mechanism to jobs and household incomes remains weak. And this is what was reiterated just recently by the World Bank, making that assertion that Nigeria economic gains have not yet significantly improved their living standards. So for me, economic growth is not automatically job-rich growth. The issue is not only how fast the economy grows, but which sectors are growing and whether businesses are expanding their workforce. That's the way I see it. So I think people should not be expected to wait indefinitely. Stabilization is just the only foundation. So the phase that the country is in now is just trying to stabilize a lot of things that have damaged over the years. So I feel the next stage must be deliberately reducing the barriers, preventing businesses from investing, expanding, and also employing people. So that's the angle at which I see it from. So that is where the government comes in.
So speak to us about how much of, Nigeria's employment challenge is driven by a shortage of jobs, and how much is a mismatch between the skill employers, what the skill employers need, and these job seekers, what they actually possess.
Well, for me, it is both, but I would place the shortage of productive job first. Still going back to the latest Nigerian Bureau of Statistics labor force survey that was published recently, it reported that unemployment at 4.3%. Recall, I think this was about, let's say, 8 to 9 years ago. The statistics that was being churned out was about 33% of unemployment rate. But because of that new calculation, which was introduced into the labor force survey, we are now having 4.3%. But it's another argument. It's an argument for another day. But what people will say is that, okay, fine, you're having a single digit unemployment rate, but does that really translate to what is actually on ground? So the broader picture, if you now break that 4.3% down, the broader picture is more revealing. Now, 93% of employment is informal, according to that survey. When you break it down, 93%, that says a lot. Then 85.6% of workers are self-employed. So that tells us that a relatively small portion are informal employment. So it's not as if maybe Nigerians are not inactive. Nigerians are not, they are active, but a lot of people are just creating survival work for themselves. We're talking about the artisans, we're talking about the roadside welders, we're talking about the vulcanizers, and recently the statement from the First Lady that, okay, Akara, the issue of Akara, these are people that drive the economy. So there's a skills mismatch, that also exists. For instance, employers, they need technical competence, digital literacy, communication, problem solving, and workplace experience, while some applicants have qualifications without sufficient evidence of practical capability. So for me, training alone cannot solve the problem. We must create jobs while ensuring that the education training are aligned with genuine employer demand. So I think there's a deficit. There's a deficit and a skills mismatch. But we must not use the skills gap to disguise the shortage of productive vacancies. The shortage of quality jobs is a larger structural problem. Even if you have a perfect candidate today, all of them cannot be employed, because if you look at what I said earlier, I said there are not enough jobs. That's just it. So no matter how perfectly trained somebody is, we don't have enough jobs. That's just it.
Right. Let's talk underemployment. It actually receives less attention than unemployment. Everybody raves about unemployment, but never really, we don't speak as much to underemployment. So speak to us about how significant the issue of underemployment is, and what does it tell about the quality of jobs being created?
Well, it tells us whether people are being used productively, and the issue of underemployment, like you said, is not really being talked about enough. And the data that I have from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics also, because that's the only data that we have, in terms of how accurate that data is another argument for another day, but that is the only data that we use. I think the second quarter of 2024, the statistics is that we have 9.2% underemployment. So, and a lot of people might be asking, what really is this underemployment issue? So it's just people that are employed that are working less than 40 hours per week. In other climes, in UK, in the US, the average working hours for formal employment is 40 hours. And, in Nigeria, we don't really have, but that's the average. So if you have people working less than 40 hours per week, we say that they are underemployed. So the meaning is that those that are underemployed now, they have additional opportunity, to have another job somewhere. But when unemployment and time-related underemployment are combined, when you combine the two, the broader labor underutilization rate is 13%. So this is also a form of underemployment that statistics do not always capture fully. Graduates and trained professionals working substantially below their qualification and earning potential. For instance, an engineer, accountant, or graduate doing irregular survival work may be statistically employed, fine. And we have a lot of them here. And that is why you see people, the amount of graduates that are being churned out in universities today. For instance, my own department where I studied in the university, I can count the number of people that are actually practicing, what we studied in the university. So that is also, a way of saying that, okay, he's underemployment, but the economy is not obtaining full benefit of that person's education and skills. So underemployment therefore tells us that Nigeria must focus on the quality, stability, and productivity, and also the remuneration of jobs, not merely just the number of people classified as unemployed. And if we break down these statistics, which I said earlier, it's actually not balanced, because most of this time-related underemployment for women is 11.2, while for men is 7.1. So the burden is not, evenly distributed. So a person can be employed statistically and still be economically insecure. And that is why you see, okay, for instance, let me give you somebody that is working as a security officer in an organization. How much do they earn? If you look at how much they earn, it's a mega amount. And does that mean that they are economically secure? No, they are not. So I think that's the angle at which I look at it from.
Let's talk high cost of living. It has forced many households to take on multiple streams of income. So how is this affecting the labor market and also worker productivity?
Well, multiple income streams, to an extent, it demonstrates resilience and entrepreneurship. And that is the way to go, if you might ask me. But they can also be evidence that one job no longer provides an adequate living. So it's in two ways. The latest figures also show that inflation stood at 15.91 and food inflation at 17.52. That's massive. It's a massive, double digits, which is not, it's something we're trying to drive down compared to like 10, 15 years ago. So this as a moderately significantly, prices are still rising. Early prices that was increased. For instance, fuel, you recall during Jonathan's regime, how much we were buying fuel and how much are we buying fuel now? So if prices go up in Nigeria, they hardly come down again. So as a result, salaried employee may operate a small business, drive commercially after work, or take freelance assignments simply to meet household expenses. For people in Lagos, those working on the island, I know people that once they close from work at 4 p.m., they live on the mainland, they close from work at 4 p.m., they now use the opportunity to do taxi within that island, maybe from 4 till like 7. Then when they are coming to mainland, they use that same vehicle that they have. So it's an opportunity for them to also make additional income. So it can increase household income, but it also creates a risk. So workers may experience fatigue. For instance, that worker that has, worked from 8 to 4 and also is now doing extra work from that 4 till like 9 p.m. Of course, you expect him to be tired when he gets home. Then by the time he comes back the next day, there will be reduced concentration. I've seen people, there was a case of a lady that passed out. She was on her laptop and she passed out in the office. And when they started to do more investigation, they found out that she was doing a lot at home. So reduced concentration, there's less time for professional development by the time you are doing several, work in a day. So of course, there will be declined productivity in the major employment. So the 8 to 4 work, you don't have any productivity. But so employers, the line manager will come and the line manager will start, hammering on that worker that why are you not performing well? Not really looking at the bigger picture. And you don't blame that worker to an extent because the worker has to pay bills. Rent is there, electricity is there, this band A issue is there, food is super expensive. I just mentioned the inflation rate at 15.97. That is also massive. So that worker has to ensure that all these bills are paid. So the solution is not to discourage additional income. For me, is to restore the value of that primary job through rising productivity, then also fair compensation and lower living costs. So for me, a side hustle can be an opportunity. Almost all of us do side hustles. Nobody's, I'm sure you also do like a side hustle, Deborah. But when everybody needs one to survive, it becomes evidence of a real wage pressure. So it can be a deliberate wealth building strategy the concern arises when it is driven by economic desperation and begins to undermine health, family life, or performance in the primary job. So, like the lady I said that passed away, health is impacted. Sometimes you have people have blood pressure just because of the pressure and the stress they put themselves on. So for me, it must be a deliberate well-being strategy, not a desperation, economic desperation.
All right, Mr. Idris, we're definitely going to have this conversation again because there are a lot of places that, I would like us to touch. The time will not permit us. That's like the mistake and how, even employers themselves struggle to actually find suitable candidates. But in just in 2 minutes, I would want you to recommend 3 immediate actions for policymakers to reduce unemployment and also improve job quality. What would they be? And what practical advice would you give Nigerians who are actively searching for work in this challenging economic environment? And I'm asking this given from your work with Get Jobs Nigeria. So what are the advice you give policymakers and also the advice you give Nigerians who are actively searching for work?
Yeah, for Nigerians that are actively searching for work, I think my advice is that they need to be more strategic. Now, the labor market is dynamic now. Gone are the days. For instance, I engaged some people a few days ago in terms of vacancies that were shared, and I found out that in 2026 we still have some people that don't know how to use computer, and this is, to an extent, is their fault, and to an extent is not their fault. So workers should, in terms of the digital, technical, and human skills, they need to focus more on that. This is the age of AI. We're getting to stages whereby doctors are using AI, lawyers are using AI. So not everybody will become programmer, but you need to understand how to use all these tools, digital tools. You need to analyze information. For instance, there was an organization that laid off over half of their staff force in the US, a very popular organization, which I don't know what to mention here. They laid off. And why did they lay off? It was because AI took over. So digital AI literacy, data literacy also, and for me, sector-specific technical skills, you need to go into that. And people need to, where the government now comes in is that government needs to encourage apprenticeship. Gone are the days whereby you need to be a graduate for you to, succeed. It's not about being a graduate. It's about having those technical skills. So I think government should start encouraging apprenticeship and entrepreneurship. And this is what drives the economy. So engineering, renewable energy, healthcare, cybersecurity, manufacturing, logistics. So these are skills. So another angle is in terms of human skills. People need to now delve into durable human skills. There's critical thinking. Then also another angle is commercial awareness, understanding customers, cost, productivity, and how organizations, create value. This is an angle. So the future does not belong to people who just know AI. It belongs to people who can combine AI with sound judgment. Then also you look at the industry knowledge and also the human skills. So for people that is that aspect. And if you are now going into job aspect for people that are actually seeking jobs, a lot of challenges that people are facing now, and it has to do with having generic CVs. You find out that there was an advert that was released 2 weeks ago, and in just one day, we received over 500 CVs just for one advert. And how many slots are there for that advert? Just 10 slots. And of course, ATS will actually be able to shortlist people. Out of the 500 CVs, can you imagine how many people we got that was shortlisted? We just had 15 people shortlisted out of the 500 CVs. Just shortlist, not that we've actually, So one of the major things that we saw is that people submit CVs, just generic CVs.
And Mr. Bamidele, of course, we hear you. Such I didn't see that coming. Well done, Mr. Bamidele. Like I said, we're pressed with time, but thank you so much for your time on the show, and we're definitely having this conversation again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, we're on to Bamidele Idris. He's the founder and coordinator of Get Jobs Nigeria, an initiative helping thousands of Nigeria access employment. And still to come after the break, we're going to be examining another conversation. Just stay with us.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Global oil prices fell sharply after US President Donald Trump paused plans for a military strike on Iran and signaled a return to diplomatic talks, easing concerns over potential supply disruption through the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude dropped about 7%, while Nigerian crude also declined after previously trading above $85 per barrel. The drop in oil prices comes as fears of supply shortage ease, following reports that the US and Iran are set to resume negotiation. A reopening of the Strait of Hormuz could improve global crude supply and reduce pressure on international oil markets. For Nigeria, lower crude prices present a mixed picture. While oil remains the country's biggest source of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, meaning lower prices could reduce public revenue and put pressure on foreign exchange reserve, consumers may benefit. Cheaper crude could lower refinery costs for the Dangote refinery and reduce landing costs for fuel importers, potentially leading to lower petroleum prices, reduced transport costs, and easing inflationary pressures. Analysts say if diplomatic efforts continue and global supplies improves, oil markets could shift from fear of shortage to concerns over oversupply, especially as production increases from non-OPEC countries and OPEC Plus gradually unwinds production cuts. As global markets continue to monitor developments between the United States and Iran, investors and policymakers alike will be watching closely to see whether easing geopolitical tension translates into sustained lower oil prices and relieve consumers, while Nigeria balances the impact of weaker crude oil revenues against the potential benefits of low fuel costs.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning Live. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. Building collapse has become one of Nigeria's most persistent safety challenges, with lives lost, investment wiped out, and confidence in the construction sector repeatedly shaken. From residential apartments to commercial buildings under construction, incidents continue to raise concerns about poor regulation enforcement, substandard material, structural defects, and the role of professionals in the building process. As Nigeria's cities expand rapidly and demand for housing grows, the conversation is no longer just about reacting to disaster, but preventing them. So what causes this collapse? Are existing building regulations adequate? And what practical steps can homeowners, developers, and prospective buyers take to ensure the buildings they live and work in are safe? And joining us this morning is Mr. Ikechukwu Caspar Chidubem, is the President, Home Inspectors Nigeria Limited, and advocates African building safety and resilience. He's going to be helping us unpack what Nigerians need to know about preventing building collapse and strengthening confidence in the nation's built environment. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Very well. Well, so let's talk about the building collapse. It has become a persistent tragedy in Nigeria. Like month in, year out, we get to hear building collapse. So from your perspective, because you're the right person to like speak about this, what are the biggest factors that actually, drive this incident?
Okay. It's quite sad really, because most of these building collapse are actually preventable. And in some ways, that's the silver lining. We are fond of looking at this from, well, I say, back to front, and instead of looking at the disease itself, which is the root cause for the collapse, we often just focus on the symptoms itself, which is the actual final event, the building collapse. So a building will always communicate with you. It will tell you from a whisper what is going on there, and it just gets louder as the deterioration increases till it finally collapses. So it's not even, for me, it's not a matter of why do buildings collapse, it's why do we continually ignore all the warning signs till it gets to the point of collapse.
All right, I hear you that there's a communication with your building before it gets to the final stage of collapse. But let's talk about the enforcement that have to do with building regulation. Don't you think some of this collapse actually stem from, this enforcement and also negligence from developers and the contractors?
Yes, to some degree. Yeah, I mean, the government has a critical role to play. But, I mean, this is a public safety issue. And building safety is a team sport. So everybody has their role to play, from the architect to designs to the engineers, down to the property managers, and even the homeowner who occupies the property and has to maintain it. The laws are there, the regulations are there, but the capacity to sustainably enforce it is where the problem lies. And that is why I would say that the government needs to start encouraging more independent assessments of these properties, because it's not possible for them to be there for every level, checking every system for every building till completion. So I would say the laws are there. A lot of developers take this shortcut to try and fast track their developments, and because of the capacity issue I mentioned earlier, it's not just possible to keep up with everybody. So I would say more independent assessment, then maybe more sensitization for the developers, more education training, letting them know how these things can turn out if they decide to continue on the route of ignoring these policies and regulations.
Does this also speak for substandard materials? Because before, I agree with you that there will be a communication before the final collapse, but I also believe that there's a lead up and a build up to the collapse, and one of them is substandard material. How can this be addressed?
So substandard material, I mean, we already have regulations, we've established that. But because we know that, you will not have enforcement on every property, every time. And then, I mean, there are loopholes between the building's construction life cycle. Substandard materials could be introduced at many points. So the onus really just falls on the developer to do the right thing. And when he can't, then, I mean, we just have to sit back and wait for things like this to occur. So this is the reason why we keep advocating for proper construction control inspections at critical phases. You know, don't just wait for someone. I know trust is good, but verification is essential. You can't just keep relying on the words or even will I say gravitas or personality or strength of a developer or his company.
Right. All right, let's speak to Nigerians now. We understand that the architects, the surveyors, and also the engineers, they play a role in having to get the building in standard. But Nigerians, people like me that don't really understand what a standard home is, and I'm not talking about how beautiful it is.
Yes.
So what are the things you think I should look out for when I'm trying to buy a home, without just looking at how beautiful the home is or at the standpoint that the home is?
Okay, first I will just use this opportunity to let most people out there that are in this position know that there's a difference between a professional assessment and a professional opinion. So if you walk through your site or the apartment you're trying to buy with maybe an engineer, and you say he's your friend, please can you come help me look at this property? He's going to look at it from his own professional capacity and give you his own opinion. If you go with a real estate agent and that claims to have had like years of experience, he's going to look through and also give you his own experience, but none of them measure up to proper, independent, professional assessment with the right tools, equipment, methodology, and also what they call descriptions. So I feel like, to answer your question, the average person would struggle in Nigeria to independently do that kind of assessment by themselves. But I'll say look out for cracks. Any crack, I mean, if you know the old Naira coin, any crack that coin can fit into is probably a structural issue. You look out for uneven floors, leaning walls, doors and windows that are sticky, don't really close properly, excessive vibration around the apartment, persistent moisture intrusion into the space. And you have this rising damp issue that is quite prevalent. So those are some of the key things I would say usually lead up to major issues.
All right, let's bring it back to regulatory framework. Thank you for that. I'm sure many Nigerians, would find that very helpful. But Nigeria's current regulatory framework, do you think it's strong enough to prevent building collapse, or do you think there should be stricter penalties when there is every collapse? What do you think about that?
Well, we have the National Building Code, we have our laws, we have our regulations. By themselves, they're adequate. But I see your point with the stricter penalties, but we've seen how that has been, used as ammunition by some unscrupulous members in certain organizations to extort money from people, rather than actually use it for what it was meant for, which is to provide safer and more resilient buildings to homeowners. So it looks like it needs to be managed properly for it to work. Many times we've heard of, there's a wave of something coming in and everybody panics for a few months, and then it's a year in, 2 years in, you're wondering, okay, what happened with this? Because everybody seems to have circled back to where they used to be. And there's something I also I need to mention from the last question you asked. We are now a country that has basically normalized defects. When you go to a public space, a governmental agency, and you're seeing cracks, you're seeing open distribution boards, everywhere you go, you're seeing these defects. It becomes easy to ignore when it's even happening to you. So a lot of people see these warning signs, but they just ignore it because somehow we have built a culture around that. We know that there will be cracks. I mean, even developers will finish a property. We go to inspect some properties, and after giving the report, we heard some developers say things like, "You cannot get a proper, perfect house. The house must have a defect." So meaning that to some extent they know that they're not doing a standard job anyways. So the biggest issue, and I feel the one that we need to solve to be able to get past this point, because the government can't be everywhere. The developers, once they're done, they leave. The architects same. Is to be able to get people to a point where they can pay attention to these defects. Then another thing is that people build homes and just expect the homes to fend for themselves. The maintenance culture is non-existent. And that is another major issue. We've seen people that have gotten good properties and depreciated it in record time to a point of collapse. You need to know that for a property to be resilient, it needs to perform over time. It needs to be able to function over time. And for that to happen, monitoring, maintenance, routine assessments, all that comes into play. When we have vehicles, check our vehicles, inspect our vehicles. With our bodies, we go to the doctors, we have routine checks, because all these are important to us. But when it comes to the property, most times, once it's done, once you get the keys, yeah, it's still something hellish looks like it's about to happen before you actually move. You're literally seeing your hand drops on your ceiling, but till you see that POP wets, see mold start coming up, you're not looking into it. So when we start from that point, at least we can now save ourselves. If you don't know, just call for an inspection, call for an assessment, and get it done.
Right. Let's speak about the rapid urbanization and also the increasing housing demand. How do you think the country can actually balance the need for more housing and also to maintain quality and safety standards?
Well, quality assurance, you need to weave it into the built environment ecosystem, the real estate ecosystem. We need to just make sure that it's fully plugged in. Because when you have independent quality assurance, it kind of puts everything in check. It's not how many properties can be built within a certain time, but how many properties remain resilient decades after being completed. So the government needs to continue to strive to sensitize people, to let them know what it is. What like you said earlier on, you don't even know what the standard house looks like. They need to sensitize people on what the standard home looks like. People need to ask more questions. Before you buy, don't just look at the fine building and be lost. Ask proper questions. If you don't, you can even go to ChatGPT now and generate some strong questions from the developers. Put them to the test. Then for the enforcement part of it, I would say stricter penalties, but follow through. Let it be consistent, let it be sustainable. So people stop getting used to this fire brigade approach. A lot of people just, when it starts, they're like, we'll just lay low, pause our development, give them some time, everything will calm down, then we'll just continue as it was. So.
All right, you spoke about ChatGPT. Let's now talk technology.
Nice.
I don't really think technology is actually transforming the real estate industry. That's in my own opinion. That's why you're here to, to correct that. It's not only the real estate, in many industries, technology is yet to penetrate. So how do you think technology can actually play a role in all of these safety measures, in people, having to get building approvals, even the system in general? How do you think technology can help?
Okay, I'll tell you something very interesting. So I trained with Internachi. It's an international body to do home inspections. Then, because of the difference in the way we build US, Nigeria, I decided to go to South Africa for practical training.
Right.
And even then, when I came back to Nigeria, I was still seeing things that defied logic. So I had to rely on AI. Because some things you see and you're like, this doesn't seem right. But it's not part of your training. But we'll go in there and we'll look at it. Look, right now, you could take your phone and take a picture of something that you're not sure of. and tell ChatGPT what is wrong with my wall, what is wrong with my air condition, and it will tell you everything. You'll be wowed. So that's why I say, feel free. I'll tell you that you might even have just stumbled into gold here, because it is actually better to go with your phone and a good AI and inspect the property yourself. Just keep taking pictures of things that you feel are off, than to go with some real estate agent who really is just trying to sell the property. And also, yes, our PropTech space is really underserved, but we keep getting there. We keep getting there. IT seems to have reached every other place, but for the real estate sector, it's been a drag. But I feel like with the advent of AI, things are becoming easier. So I won't be surprised if very soon we'll start having a lot of even more in-depth inspection tools that normal people like you can just pick up and use.
Right, very, very well said. Let's go back to building collapse, because that's like the main issue. And one thing that comes up every time I'm here and I'm speaking about it is accountability. It is a blame game. You see the government blame the developer, see the developer blame the engineer down to the person using the occupant of the apartment. So what do you think should actually be held accountable? Because someone has to be held accountable for, this collapse. So who should be held accountable?
Well, I feel for every collapse has its own individual signature, has its own individual story. So it's not a one size fit all. So but typically, some of these things actually, it could cut across different people, that interacted with the building during the life cycle of the construction or even while in occupancy state. For example, say use substandard materials, and while I sent that or delivered that substandard material to sites, the supervisor on site was inadequate enough to know that this is not the kind of material that we should be using for this particular space. And then the developer who will be coming to, and of course the government agencies providing oversight, were not available to actually see that this structure was now taking a wrong turn and was developing to become a building that will most likely yield proper structural issues in future. These three people I've mentioned now are already culpable. Then the owner of the property, who did not get an independent quality assessment done at critical phases, is also a big culpable as well, because it's your investment, and this is a lot of money we're talking about to build a property anywhere now in Nigeria. So it's a team sport. It's very difficult. If I think it's almost impossible to blame one person for a collapse. It must go through a number of people to get to that point. And at any point in time, somebody should have been able to stop it and start correcting it.
All right. I like that you're able to make it about the government, the industry stakeholders, typical Nigerians like me, and also the stakeholders as developer and what have you. So if you could recommend 3 immediate actions that this people should take when they're to actually drastically reduce building collapse, what would they be?
I would say stricter enforcement, then adoption of independent quality assurance across the construction ecosystem, and training and sensitization. If you'll be surprised, because I'm in the field, so I know that some of these developers want to build properly. Some of them, even after inspecting their properties, they engaged us to help them build the next ones. So some just don't know. So the question is that, do we have enough proper information out there, or academies, training structures that these people could, on the spare time, every now and then, just log in, get some credit hours, learn something new? Because the there's a lot of change coming into this construction space every day. There are better techniques, better processes, smarter homes. So, yeah, I'll say training, better enforcement, and a layer of quality assurance through independent assessment.
All right, thank you very much. Very well said, Mr. Ikechukwu. Thank you for your time on the show.
You're welcome.
All right, we're speaking to Ikechukwu Caspar Chidubem, is the president, Home Inspector Nigeria Limited, and advocates African building safety and resilience. And of course, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we are going to be looking at how AI and digital platforms are reshaping Africa's business landscape. Just stay with us.
Looking for fast and reliable answers to your business and economic questions? Meet SIA, Business Day's Strategic Intelligence Assistant, Nigeria's first AI-powered news chatbot. Simply visit businessday.ng, click the SIA chat icon, and ask your question in plain language. Whether it's inflation, market trends, company insights, government policies, or personal finance, SIA delivers instant answers powered by Business Day's trusted journalism. Smarter insights, faster decisions. Visit businessday.ng today and discover the future of business intelligence with SIA.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
At Providus Bank, we're committed to your growth and success. You're never alone on the journey. Our personalized relationship banking is how we do things together. It's what sets us apart. We value every individual and partnership and treat them as such. We're committed to helping you grow and celebrating your success. This is your life story, your future, your forward. This is all about you. Let's move you forward. Providus Bank.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news.
Welcome back to the Business Morning Live Show, and we're going to be examining how AI and digital platforms are reshaping Africa's business landscape. And we know that artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. It is rapidly becoming a competitive advantage for businesses across industries. From financial services to the creative economy, companies are embracing AI and digital platforms to improve efficiency, to drive innovation, and unlock new revenue streams. But as adoption accelerates, questions remain about readiness, regulation, talent, and how African businesses can ensure they are not left behind. And joining us on this conversation this morning is Samuel Ngadi, is the co-founder and AI platform strategist, Transact AI. Good morning, Samuel. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Live.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, thank you for joining us. Now, like I said, AI adoption has accelerated globally. So where does Africa currently stand? And are businesses moving fast enough with, the rate at which AI is moving?
Yeah, I mean, African businesses are moving. I guess fast enough is relative, because I would say that the adoption is still very much uneven. We have pockets of excellence. So we have people that are we're seeing businesses that are doing some really amazing things, especially when you talk about fintech, in the fintech space, right, where Nigeria dominates quite largely. And we've also got Kenya doing amazing things. We've seen a lot of use case implementations in the fintech space. But this is not really at scale, especially when you compare to maybe the rest of the world, the Europes, the Americas, and even the Asias as well. So it's not yet at that scale yet. And I think something that's equally important is that we have the SMEs, the small, medium businesses are still lacking a lot of the basic resources to fully exploit AI technology. But I think it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, we've got the talent is really strong. We've got expertise on continents. We've got mobile behavior has pretty much driven the growth of technology products, right? Mobile apps and just mobile power technology has pretty much taken up in Africa. But yeah, while these are positives, other negatives include access to the infrastructure and the data systems required to really build out AI capability at scale. So yes, the appetite is there in Africa, the appetite is there on the continent, but we need to build the runway, and we're moving, like I said earlier, but we need to build the runway properly before we can really take off and to the scale that we're seeing in the rest of the developed world.
From your bio here, you've had to lead Gen AI adoption in major global firms. Speak to us about the biggest misconceptions that business leaders have about implementing AI.
Yeah, interestingly, you mentioned it right at the beginning of your your introduction, where you talked about competitive advantage. And yes, AI does offer competitive advantage, but that can also be a big misconception that I've seen, because the competitive advantage is not really who has access to AI. That's not really the competitive advantage anymore. It's more about the proprietary intelligence that powers the AI systems, right? It's more about what exists within the organization, the customer base that the AI relies on to support, the ecosystem control points that are driving the functionality of the AI system. I think that's one big misconception. But there's also other misconceptions. I've seen companies that treat AI implementation as just a technology project, when really they should be looking at it as a business transformation. Because for you to implement AI in a way that actually goes beyond delivering minimal gains to really driving business growth, it needs to go beyond looking at it as a project for a specific department or a specific team, and more as a project that encompasses all the business functionalities and thinks about how work is assigned, how work is done, and the different functions or tasks that make up a job role. So yeah, AI is not it shouldn't be seen as an IT-led initiative alone. It should involve the entire business. And yeah, I think that's one that's come up a few times in a couple of conversations I've had, is that AI is here to take away jobs. And it's a conversation when I've spoken with actual users on the desk that use these AI solutions. They get the sense at the start of the conversation that, oh, this is out to take my job. But further down the line, they realize that that's actually not the case, right? Let's look at it the right way. Let's talk about task bundling. Let's talk about AI augmentation rather than job losses.
All right, let's talk about the practical tools, AI tools that some of this or many SMEs can actually use, can actually start using in their business, because most of these SMEs believe that AI is very expensive and it's only for large corporation. So help us with the practical tools that the small businesses can start using today.
Yeah, I mean, I would say small businesses and even solo entrepreneurs, they are at a huge advantage when you think about, I mean, thanks to AI, because it's probably the first time in history that an SME can build infrastructure that once, required huge budgets. You need to have a huge payroll. You need to have the level of expertise that you can only afford if you were Bill Gates, for example. But now small businesses have access to that level of intelligence and that level of expertise at relatively smaller budgets, and they can pretty much achieve similar outputs to what you have in large organizations. But beyond talking about specific tools, I think for small businesses to fully leverage this technology, they need to think about it. Similar to what I talked about when we talked about misconceptions, they need to think about AI adoption holistically across the business, not just thinking of, oh, I want to use ChatGPT, or I want to use a Claude, or I want to use Canva. There's so many tools. They need to conduct full audits. They need to have a comprehensive, sort of data capture plan that basically allows them to see what data they're generating within their organization, and then decide where and how to plug in AI and address the friction points that they've uncovered as a result of the audits that they've done. So, I mean, there's a reason why it's 2026 and AI consultancy for SMEs is one of the fastest growing career paths now, and that's because there is a huge opportunity for small businesses to really maximize how they're using AI and to achieve exponentially more results than they would achieve without AI.
People speak about how AI is impacting many industries, right? But let's talk about the financial industry. How is AI changing the banking, the lending, and the financial service across Africa? Break it down for us.
Yeah, there's so many use cases. We're seeing AI being used in fraud detection. We're seeing AI being used in credit assessments, creating credit memos, and even on basic tasks within jobs of summarizing, extracting insights, data analysis. We're seeing AI being used in all of these different tasks and all of these different roles across financial services industry. I think where we would see and where we're seeing the biggest gain is having AI operating at the infrastructure layer and changing how financial institutions interact with their customers and how they deliver value to these customers. I think that's where we're seeing the biggest. That's where we're seeing the biggest impact.
All right. Your startup, right? It's digitizing Africa's financial industry. So what gaps do you identify, and how do you think technology, can unlock more value in the economy?
I think one of the big, really, really good question, and thanks for asking that. One of the big opportunities with AI, which AI has made possible, is personalization. And we're seeing over the last couple of months, really, the rise of conversational banking technology. But one of the challenges that we're having with financial institutions, which is what we're here to address, is helping to build out the conversational banking technology much quicker, in a way that is, even though it's non-differentiating, but in a way that achieves maximum results for them. And so what we've done is we've built a white label natural language processing engine that plugs into any brand. It allows banks to own the system and sit within their environment, within their infrastructure, and deploy conversational technology in a matter of weeks, as opposed to some technology that will take weeks and months and even years to implement. They can now employ this in a matter of weeks. They don't need any app rebuilds. They don't need to change their branding. They don't need to incur huge costs. And again, this scales what we're aiming to achieve with our platform is to scale financial inclusion. We're aiming to drive more transactions. We're aiming to help unlock the dormant accounts that we're seeing in the banking sector to date, and lots more in this space.
So AI has become more integrated into the workplace, especially the workplace. Yeah. So do you think employees like myself, should be worried about job losses, or do you think I should just reskill? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I think, I mean, like yourself, you're a very skilled person, so I don't think you should be. I don't think you should be worried about losing your job. But no, I think that when you think about a job is a collection of tasks. So there's a lot that you do that before you even get on to read the to come on screen, right? To read the news or to ask questions like you're doing now. And I think when you use AI in your role currently, you're able to achieve more a lot quicker than when you were not using AI. So I think the opportunity is there to rescale to your question and to, you know, involve AI tools as part of the process. Let's take an example. When technologies are created, when new technologies come up, when we had the industrial revolution, for example, it didn't lead to necessarily more like job losses, right? It led to a rethinking, a redefinition of what work is. When Microsoft Excel came up, it doesn't mean that there are less accountants. If anything, it means that there are more accountants because they had this tool that allowed them to execute a lot quicker. And maybe that's the mindset that people need to adopt when thinking about AI in the context of job losses. Yes, maybe there might be some job losses, but that's probably a precursor or a precursor to rethinking how jobs are designed, and maybe those tasks that AI performs really well should be bundled and had as an AI type role with human supervision and human oversight still required, and then allowing people to actually focus on doing what makes us human and doing the jobs that make us human.
Okay, Nigeria has one of Africa's largest startup ecosystem. So let's talk about the policies or investments that are needed to help tech startups scale successfully.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on policies already in the question, and the Startup Act in 2022 it's been of a huge impact, helping startups to avoid, like providing like tax incentives, for example, which has allowed startups to scale relatively with less hindrance than they would have if these tax incentives weren't there. But there's a lot more that could be done. You touched on investing as well, and the key word or the adjective I would use before investing would be patient investing, because building in Africa is a totally different beast, and that needs to be taken into account. We've seen very recently a number of startups that have folded or that have had to shut down business because of the challenges that come with building in Africa. So I think the policies that we have are really good and need to be encouraged. Investments in the area of power, in the area of the energy sector, would go a long way to allowing startups actually perform a lot better with having better access to energy, better access to internet, better access to data, and also just all around better access to resources that we need to scale and grow and reach our full potential.
So in as much as we both understand that AI has now gone global, everyone is using AI. If you're not using AI, you don't know what's going on, right? One of the issues is data privacy and trust. And it has remained a major concern with AI, especially with people who are yet to, go through with it. So how do you think businesses can adopt these technologies responsibly while having to protect customer information?
I think what I've done for the last maybe 10 to 13 years of my career has been driving adoption of technology tools. So this one, it hits straight to home. For adoption of technologies generally, but also specifically with AI, trust is the real currency. It's the real thing that moves the needle for adoption. If there's no trust, if people don't trust the technology, if people don't trust the companies or the businesses that are delivering the technology, then basically we've lost it, and they're going to lose customers for good. And so for businesses to really adopt technologies, not just AI, but also AI responsibly, privacy needs to be built into the systems. Data privacy needs to be built into the systems that they deliver. not just as an afterthought. They need to be built in by design, even before the first line of code is written, even before the first customer is acquired. There needs to be privacy built into these systems. How would data be managed? And we have, for example, today, if you wanted to set up an account on some of the fintech platforms and payment platforms, they want to see your privacy policy. But also we have the NDPR, which is a really good initiative. But I think, speaking on the NDPR as well, which is Nigeria Data Privacy Regulation, it's a really good initiative. But I think on the enforcement side of things, and basically creating literacy around what the regulation entails, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And also I think there's a recent central bank mandate around storage of warehousing of data by financial institutions locally, and this is also a step in the right direction because it allows better control of data, how data is being used, and ensuring that it's being used in line with what the law dictates. So basically, to respond to your question, is data privacy and responsible use of AI and customer data should be the foundation for business that makes the business more sustainable, as opposed to be the thing that limits businesses from doing their business well. And businesses need to really take this into account when they're building their systems and designing from the get-go.
Yeah, let's talk customer experience now. How do you think AI can help African businesses improve customer experience and make better strategic decisions?
Well, personalization is the big one for customers, because suddenly you can personalize at scale, if that makes sense. So if that essentially personalization is the big one with customer relationships. We have chatbots, but also agentic AI that can be built to respond to a specific user in exactly the way. For example, the language personalization is a big one that's really gaining traction, especially in our part of the world, because it can help to drive, for example, with fintech, financial inclusion. If you're addressing a customer for a bank in Yoruba or Pidgin or English, that goes a long way to helping improve customer experience. Predictive analytics is also a good one. So, for example, on our Transact platform, you could go and say, how much have I spent in the last 6 months, and you get a clear breakdown of your spending patterns, basically the cost structures that have driven your expenses over the horizon that you've looked at. That's an old use case that's also being well refined and improved by AI today. So I mean, what AI does really well is turning data into strategy. And from a customer experience perspective, having the right data and having AI sit on that data and turn that into customer engagement strategy is huge in terms of the incremental improvements it can deliver to customers.
So one of the things I like about AI conversations, business conversations, is having to project. Now let's project for looking ahead the next 5 years. What emerging technologies or business trends do you believe will have the biggest impact on African businesses?
Specifically African businesses, right? I think, compared to the rest of the world, like we said, we have adopted technology, but there's still a lot of scope for growth. But I would go as far as predicting that Africa, the way we adopt this technology and other emerging technologies will be different from the rest of the world as well. Because when you think about the mobile communication, I would say we skipped landlines and we adopted mobile, right? I think that's the same thing that would happen for a lot of the legacy technologies that we have, where I predict that we will be skipping a lot of legacy technologies. For example, in banking or financial services, we'll be skipping these technologies for more AI-driven, invisible services, if you like. So, for example, I think with the free trade, Africa free trade, continental free trade agreements, that's one emerging trend that I believe will have a lot of impact on business. But also I can see AI agents and AI solutions playing a huge role in handling high frequency transactions, but also cross-border payment solutions. cross-border payments in general with very little or no paperwork. I think by and large, from an African perspective, the African businesses that would go on to win in the next 5 years or in the next and beyond that would be those businesses that are building for AI native customers, as opposed to those ones that are kind of thinking about AI as an afterthought. So I would say businesses need to start thinking about AI and start building with AI if they haven't already started now.
All right, thank you very much for your time, Samuel. It's really good to have you on the Business Money Live.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
All right, we've been speaking to Samuel Ngadi. He's a co-founder and AI platform strategist, Transact AI. And of course, the Business Morning Live continues after the short break with the social listening. Just stay with us.
Right, this is still the Business Day CEO Forum here at Eco Hotel and Suite. I'm still speaking to our CEOs, business leaders, and key stakeholders across the business landscape. And I'm here with the MD and the CEO of Eneja, Mr. Oladimeji Basharam. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr.
Thank you also
Basharam.
for having me here.
Talk to me about your key takeaway. You just finished a panel right now. Talk to me about some of the proceedings from that panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really want to say thank you to Business Day, 14 years of doing this, of actually having us to dialogue, bringing both the private, the government, and everybody in to have a conversation. My first takeaway is that we all have a responsibility as Nigerians, whether as CEO or even as a citizen, to make sure that we invest and we are part of this country. That's the first one. The second thing is also, it's not just government alone. I see it on the company that our annual revenue is in billions of naira. So I need to ensure that at not just delivering profit to the shareholders, that I also deliver value to Nigerians. We provide energy, and so we will comply and ensure that energy is provided. So I picked that up. The third one is also that we have an infrastructure deficit, and it will take all of us to invest into that. So it is going back now to look at our strategy and say, where do we fit into this stream, as part of my takeaway from this forum.
Fantastic. And when we talk about where we fit into this stream, let's talk about the theme for today's event, which is from stability to shared prosperity. Now, what will shared prosperity look like for you from the lens of an energy lens? What would that look like?
Yeah, thank you. Very excellent question. So what does it mean for me? It means that we run a company that is first able to provide energy to drive growth to for this nation, that we ensure that our energy is affordable, is available, and is accessible. That's the first thing, to make sure that we help businesses, the SMEs, the 90%, to be able to scale up, and they'll need energy. So that's the first one, so that they are also part of the shared prosperity. The second one is that individual Nigerians will provide employment, but not just employment, we provide intellectual capacity and growth for them, so that they also prosper intellectually, so it becomes shared. It's not just the company. We invest in development of people, so we move away from just having a typical engineer, but we provide a resource to the nation that somebody would be able to benefit. The third one is also to provide governance prosperity, that we have a group of leaders that can run the business even beyond us, and that's what we're investing into, to make sure that it's shared prosperity.
Nice. If you're to look right now, from between now 2027 and then 10 years from now, what's a signal or trend or shift in your sector today that you would say that every business leader should be paying attention to, and why?
Yeah, the first one is technology. The AI is taking over the world. We cannot pretend that we are not going to be impacted. So we need to start investing in the technology. We need to also follow the trend in terms of the governance of AI, the technology that is. The second thing also now is that Nigerians are being entrusted with running the company. 60% of the oil and gas sector, the production of today, is provided by Nigerian oil companies. So we need to keep the trend up. When the international oil companies leave, Nigerians should be able to take it over and run it successfully. So that's the second trend. We need to keep up the trend. The third one also is that we are competing with the fintechs for resources. So we need to be attractive for people to come in. We need to go to the universities, ensure that we have enough, invest in development at the university level, partner with universities for researches, because we are competing with fintech for resources. They are very lucrative, and so that's a trend that we see that we must do something about so that we are not out of business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oladimeji Bashiru, for stopping by at our booth today, and also just the insightful conversation, brief and very, very impactful. Thank you very much.
And thank you also for having me. I really enjoyed the section today. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Global oil prices fell sharply after US President Donald Trump paused plans for a military strike on Iran and signaled a return to diplomatic talks, easing concerns over potential supply disruption through the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude dropped about 7%, while Nigerian crude also declined after previously trading above $85 per barrel. The drop in oil prices comes as fears of supply shortage ease, following reports that the US and Iran are set to resume negotiation. A reopening of the Strait of Hormuz could improve global crude supply and reduce pressure on international oil markets. For Nigeria, lower crude prices present a mixed picture. While oil remains the country's biggest source of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, meaning lower prices could reduce public revenue and put pressure on foreign exchange reserve, consumers may benefit. Cheaper crude could lower refinery costs for the Dangote refinery and reduce landing costs for fuel importers, potentially leading to lower petroleum prices, reduced transport costs, and easing inflationary pressures. Analysts say if diplomatic efforts continue and global supplies improves, oil markets could shift from fear of shortage to concerns over oversupply, especially as production increases from non-OPEC countries and OPEC Plus gradually unwinds production cuts. As global markets continue to monitor developments between the United States and Iran, investors and policymakers alike will be watching closely to see whether easing geopolitical tension translates into sustained lower oil prices and relief consumers, while Nigeria balances the impact of weaker crude oil revenues against the potential benefits of low fuel costs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
And of course, if it's sparking conversations, then we're bringing it to your seats. Welcome to the Social Listening segment, where we bring you the stories, debates, and moments generating conversations across social media. I am Deborah Eze. And now let's get into what's making waves online. For the first conversation this morning, the Federal Fire Service says property worth about 500 million naira was destroyed in the fire that gutted part of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria headquarters in Abuja, adding that its swift intervention saved assets valued at approximately 9.5 billion naira. And according to the statement, the fire, traced to an electrical surge, affected offices on the second floor of the two-story building. It said firefighters responded swiftly to the emergency with reinforcements from the Wuse and TBN fire stations, while the Federal Capital Territory Fire Service, the National Emergency Management Agency, and other agencies responders also joined the operation. Now let's see the video if there is any. You know, the soundtrack to that video reminded me of when James Bond wants to go into action. But let's take a look at some of the social media reactions, how netizens are reacting to the story. And of course, the first reaction from Wealth. And Wealth said, glad no lives were lost and the fire service contained it before it could destroy far more. 500 million naira is still a heavy hit, though. Hope the investigation into the electrical surge leads to better safety checks across public buildings. Another reaction from Foxy, and it said an independent forensic audit of their database must happen immediately. Fire outbreaks in our public financial institutions are becoming a very convenient excuse. Another reaction from Jabris, and it said 500 million naira in damage from an electrical surge, yet the fire service still maintained to save assets worth 9.5 billion naira. That's solid work under pressure. And finally from David, and David said, this is really heartbreaking, but hope it's not another means of embezzling funds or covering up an evil deeds. David, I totally agree with you, because we've had cases of monkeys and lizard, snake swallowing up monies in some of the institutions in Nigeria. So if this is actually really another stunt, no one will blame you, David, for having to have that feeling. This morning we had a conversation, our viewers can actually go back to that conversation later. We had a conversation about assets and things that actually cause tragedies and damages to buildings. And although we focus on collapse, but fire is actually, one of the incidents that actually happens to building unannounced. Whether or not it was an accident or not, it always creeps up unannounced. And it's very unfortunate that we had property worth about 500 million naira. That is a lot, and it's actually beyond shocking, because I'm sure some of those figures are document. They're also equipment and perhaps years of work. I think that's what amounts to the 500 million naira, and not figuratively 500 million naira in cash. And really, I'm good that it was contained, but hopefully investigations will determine the cause of the fire, what caused the electrical surge, and maybe this is also a way for us to actually learn basic fire safety. A mere Nigerian really doesn't understand what to do when there is a fire. This should actually, be a way for us to learn basic fire safety, what to do when it's wrong, fire drills, also functional extinguisher, smoke detector, all of the things that has to do with accidents or incidents when it comes to fire. Hopefully the investigation actually pulls through, and we get to see that this is not another stunt, according to David, for them to actually siphon away funds and not be accountable for certain things when the time is right. Let's now move to the second conversation today, where the palace of the Olubadan of Ibadan land has reacted to the viral claims surrounding a female TikTok user who allegedly fell ill after recording a procession linked to the annual Ololu Masquerade Festival in Ibadan, Oyo State. Videos circulating on social media showed the woman undergoing traditional cleansing rites at the Ololu compound after the incident. Speaking on Monday, the spokesperson to the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, Chief Adiola Oloko, said the woman did not record the sacred Ololu masquerade, but mistakenly filmed Alawo Ololu, which is a figure associated with the Ololu tradition. He said the traditional custodians confirmed that the woman captured the procession while it was moving through the Ibadan area. Let's take a look at the video.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ láti tó ti ṣe. Sọ̀rọ̀ sókè kí wọ́n dé. Mi ò balẹ̀ láti gbà yẹn. Láti ti ṣe kí ni. Láti gbà tí mo ti ṣe pẹ̀lú olóòlù. Ṣé ń bọ̀ nǹkan tó sọ o? Ìwọ ṣé wà wọ́n gbé. Lẹ́yìn tó ti ṣe fídíò tó ṣe kí ni. Ẹjọ́ dára hàn rẹ̀. Lábẹ́ máa wúrọ̀. Wà á dé yẹn fún ìyá rẹ̀. Àṣẹ.
Let's quickly take a look at some of the reactions, how netizens are reacting to the story. And the first reaction is from Dr. Signal, and he said, culture still carries weight in Ibadan, and the Ololu taboo is well known for a reason. She took a risk chasing content and paid for it with the cleansing rite. Glad the family sorted it the traditional way and she's recovering. Some things are better left unfilmed. Another reaction from Amma King, and he or she said, people don't respect culture anymore because of TikTok views. In Ibadan, everyone knows women don't see the Ololu. Even men run inside. She's lucky they did cleansing for her. Some places, you don't come back to tell the story. Respect our tradition. Another reaction from Data with Love Day, and it said, this story sits at the intersection of tradition, culture, and modern social media. The bigger question is how ancient custom adapts in a world where everyone carries a camera. Very true. And we also have Dex Signals, And he said the TikToker who recorded the Ololo masquerade reportedly got seriously ill after posting the footage. She had to go through traditional cleansing rites with a shaved head and red attire. Always respect the custom. Some things aren't worth the content. It's actually sad. I'm not really sad. I'm in between, because now it's about content first. We just want to shoot the content. We don't care about the question at first. Content first, then you ask questions later. But unfortunately, it doesn't work in every in every area, especially when it comes to culture and tradition. For somebody who actually spends a reasonable amount of years in Ijebu, as much as Ibadan actually have culture, they uphold their culture. I like how they stand with the tradition and the culture of the land. Ijebu is also another example, and all through my years there are times where they will say, oh, women are not supposed to come outside, or everyone is not supposed to come outside. You do not have a choice rather than to obey. If Tinubu comes out today and he says, nobody should come out by 6, you and I, in as much as we have our different opinion about the president, I'm very sure we would uphold to it. So why not the tradition? Why film it in the first place? It's a different thing if they say, oh, you're free to come outside, but an instruction was given. Do not come outside. The Ololu masquerade does not like to see women. Don't come outside. I think it's also the same thing with the Oro festival. I'm not really sure about that that goes on, where they say, oh, women shouldn't come outside. And then you now decide, because of views and likes and content, you then go outside. It simply means you do not have respect for yourself, you do not have respect for tradition and culture. And one of the reaction from Amma King, where he said, or from That With Love Day rather, where he said, he also will get to a point where tradition can actually, combine together with the way technology is moving, with the way, everyone carries their camera. It would be a beautiful thing to see, for people to see how certain things are done. By the end of the day, whatever instruction is given, we don't want women to come outside. Please stay in your house. And I must say, she's actually really lucky that they went through re-cleansing. Some people would not want to cleanse you. They would rather that you go through the repercussion of what you did. Now, this is for us. We keep saying when you are in Rome, behave like a Roman. It applies. It is all about culture. When you're in a certain place, behave according to the rules and regulation of that place, so we can avoid tragedy like this. So for the final conversation today, a man has been jailed for keeping his dead mother's body in a freezer at their shared home for almost 3 years. This is I have no words. I have no words for this. But let's take a look at some of the reaction, please. The first reaction from Felix, and he said, this is genuinely disturbing. Keeping your own mother's body in a freezer for nearly 3 years just to keep collecting her benefit is beyond low. The 2-year, 4-month sentence feels light for something this cold and calculated. Another one from Sajay1, and he said, 3 years? This is no longer greed. This is a whole different level of desperation. Imagine choosing monthly benefits over giving your own mother a proper burial. Money can blind people, but this one is heartbreaking. Another reaction from Violent Money, and he said, this is heartbreaking. Beyond the fraud, denying someone a dignified burial for nearly 3 years is really disturbing. Hopefully, justice brings some closure to the family. And finally, from Jabres, and he said, this is pure wickedness. Nearly 3 years of collecting her benefits while her body sat in the freezer with flowers and a birthday card on top. So people will go to unimaginable lengths for money. 2 years and 4 months feels light for the level of disrespect. I really do not have words for this. But if we have a video, can we have the video on display so we can see what that is really all about? I'm trying so much to make an excuse for this, but you know, the word is actually caught in my mouth. Why?
You're going to be under arrest now, okay? So the time is 8:31 p.m. and you're under arrest on suspicion of allowing or causing the death of a vulnerable adult, okay? So the circumstances are that we've come to the address that you were in earlier on, and we've gone into the back room and found a lady in the freezer.
This is really heartbreaking. Imagine having to go to such lengths just to collect benefits that were never yours to begin with, or it's not yours. And at the end of the day, our elders used to say something: every secret has an expiry date. But at the end of the day, you cannot hide, you know, for a long time. But he really did a good job having to hide his mom's body for 3 years. A very good job. Imagine somebody like me whose mother is a community everybody. In 1 week, everybody finds out that, you know, something is actually going on. I must say, this is really, really heartbreaking, and we really need to do better. This is every form of greed, and you know, at the end of the day, his freedom is actually lost. And I really agree with that that netizen that actually said the time given for a sentence is not enough for the atrocity that he committed. And I think he got a lighter sentence because they were able to establish that he had nothing to do with her death, just because he wanted to keep, you know, getting benefits. And once the system actually reads her dead, the benefit stops. It's really, really heartbreaking. We really need to do better as human being. And I think this one is another level of human, because I don't think a right thinking human would be able to live in the same house with a dead person for 3 years, because ordinarily the jokes about ghosts throws me off, not to imagine having to live with a dead body. Really, really sad. And then those are the conversations that are making waves across social media in Nigeria. Do not forget to visit our YouTube channel, where you can actually get videos and you know, conversations on everything that we had this morning, and also the previous conversations that we, you know, spoke about this morning. And you can get each and every one of the stories on our social media, social listening, where you can put down your comments and your thoughts in the comment section. Of course, I am Deborah Eze. Until we come your way again tomorrow for the Wednesday edition of Business Morning Live, do have yourself a beautiful morning.
Looking for fast and reliable answers to your business and economic questions? Meet SIA, Business Day's Strategic Intelligence Assistant, Nigeria's first AI-powered news chatbot. Simply visit businessday.ng, click the SIA chat icon, and ask your question in plain language. Whether it's inflation, market trends, company insights, government policies, or personal finance, SIA delivers instant answers powered by Business Day's trusted journalism. Smarter insights, faster decisions. Visit businessday.ng today and discover the future of business intelligence with SIA.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets. significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Every legacy has a beginning. Ours evolved, built on trust and carried forward as a second-generation family legacy. Bemio has grown into Nigeria's largest cash-in-transit provider, trusted where precision and reliability matter most. But we are more than movement. We deliver protection at every level, from professional guarding to journey management to concierge services. And through Bemio Polo, we reflect the identity, heritage and standards we uphold. This is more than service. This is a legacy in motion. Bemio, your partner to safer living.
At Providus Bank, we're committed to your growth and success. You're never alone on the journey. Our personalized relationship banking is how we do things together. It's what sets us apart. We value every individual and partnership and treat them as such. We're committed to helping you grow and celebrating your success. This is your life story, your future, your forward. This is all about you. Let's move you forward. Providus Bank.
Global oil prices fell sharply after US President Donald Trump paused plans for a military strike on Iran and signaled a return to diplomatic talks, easing concerns over potential supply disruption through the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude dropped about 7%, while Nigerian crude also declined after previously trading above $85 per barrel. The drop in oil prices comes as fears of supply shortage ease, following reports that the US and Iran are set to resume negotiation. A reopening of the Strait of Hormuz could improve global crude supply and reduce pressure on international oil markets. For Nigeria, lower crude prices present a mixed picture. While oil remains the country's biggest source of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, meaning lower prices could reduce public revenue and put pressure on foreign exchange reserve, consumers may benefit. Cheaper crude could lower refinery costs for the Dangote refinery and reduce landing costs for fuel importance, potentially leading to lower petroleum prices, reduced transport costs, and easing inflationary pressures. Analyst says if diplomatic efforts continue and global supplies improves, oil markets could shift from fear of shortage to concerns over oversupply, especially as production increases from non-OPEC countries and OPEC Plus gradually unwinds production cuts. As global markets continue to monitor developments between the United States and Iran, investors and policymakers alike will be watching closely to see whether easing geopolitical tension translates into sustained lower oil prices and relief consumers, while Nigeria balances the impact of weaker crude oil revenues against the potential benefits of low fuel costs.
Welcome to Behind the Headlines here on Business Day Television. This is where we go beyond the headlines to make sense of stories published on the Business Day newspaper. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today, fire outbreaks and building-related disasters continue to destroy homes, businesses, and investment across Lagos, often leaving property owners to shoulder significant financial losses. The Lagos State government has launched a digital building insurance scheme aimed at improving compliance with mandatory building insurance, simplifying verification, and strengthening enforcement. The move forms part of a broader effort to reduce economic losses, improve accountability, and encourage greater protection for property owners. The key question now is whether this initiative can strengthen compliance, deepen insurance penetration, and make the state's built environment more resilient. Well, to unpack the policy behind the initiative and what it could mean for residents, businesses, and the insurance sector, we're joined by correspondent for politics and policy here at Business Day, Mr. Taufik Oyedokun. Thank you for joining Behind the Headlines, Taufik.
All right, thank you.
It's good to see you. I think this is my first time I'll be speaking with you on Behind the Headlines, so it's really a delight. Let's talk about the announcement itself.
Okay.
What exactly is the Lagos State government introducing, and why are they introducing it now?
Okay, so if you look at the initiative, the policy, the objective behind the policy is a good one. So according to the government, in the past 1 year, Lagos recorded about over 1,000, almost 1,700 cases of fire incidents, and about almost 20 billion naira losses in that incidents. So, and the reason why this kind of initiative is coming up is to prevent the consequences, the financial losses that always occur when fire incident happens. So it's not to, for me, it's not to prevent the fire itself, but to reduce the consequence. That means the financial consequences. Of course, when fire incidents happen, there are a lot of losses, life and properties, businesses. So this insurance scheme will reduce the financial losses. So any building that is insured, whenever there is fire incident, the resident or the landlord, the property owner will be able to have some claims that such person will use to rebuild their property or businesses.
Now, we also see that building insurance has long been a legal requirement in Lagos. What has prevented effective compliance and enforcement over the years?
You know, we have a lot of laws in Nigeria that we are not implementing. So implementation is the main issue. Even this new insurance scheme that was just launched last week, the government still lack capacity to implement a lot of laws. So that's the major challenge here. And I think if the government can implement this law, it will be a game changer. Like I said earlier, it's not, insurance cannot come and put out fires. It's just it cannot prevent fire. But the consequence, when fire incidents happen, there are a lot of consequences. So it's just to prevent one of the consequences, which is financial consequence. So, and when people know that they are going to pay insurance, so they will be kind of conscious. They will put they put measures in place so that there will not be fire incidents in their building. And also another thing is that residents can now go to their portal, to the government, they call it the agency is LabBiz. Okay. They can go to the portal and check which buildings are insured.
So LabBiz is Lagos
Lagos Building Insurance
Scheme. Okay.
So they can go there and check if a building is insured or not. So any building that is insured, that means okay, the value for the building will be higher. Then once you rent the building, you know that okay, if anything should happen, you are covered. And also it will give the government the opportunity to, because they are doing digitally, so it will give the government the opportunity to know which building is secure, which one is not secure, because of course the insurance companies that will be going into the scheme will do their proper, they will put everything in place, because they are private organizations. They don't want to before they can insure a building, they will ensure that the building is safe. Every safety measure is put in place, because they will not want to be paying claims yearly for that kind of building. They will ensure that okay, this building puts every measure in place to prevent fire incidents. So it's a game changer if the government can implement. Although they've already said that okay, there's a 5 million naira penalty for defaulters buildings that are not insured.
So does this digital scheme in any way change the way building insurance will be purchased, verified, monitored, and all of that?
So the details of the scheme itself is not in the public yet.
Okay.
But according to what the government released, it's just to prevent, to ensure that okay, when fire incidents happen, residents, landlord, and tenants, they have claims. They can claim.
They have policies, right?
Yes, they have they have premium with this, and they can fall back to something.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, about 19.7 billion naira were lost in 2025 due to fire incidents. That's a lot. When you move it from the GDP of the state, it's a lot. So imagine when that happens, you have something to fall back to.
Yeah.
If you lose money or maybe you lose property, you can go back to your insurance company and they will give you some claims.
Yeah.
So it's a game changer.
And let's actually go beyond protecting individuals, property owners, and all of that. What are some of the economic or governance problems that the state is trying to solve with this initiative?
Like I said, the first one is to prevent fire outbreak. But for me, the insurance thing itself is not a preventive method, because insurance cannot put out fire. But I think it will help in doing that a little indirectly, because the insurance company, before they can put any building under their cover, they will ensure that okay, the building is safe. They put every measures in place. They have fire extinguisher, they have everything, they have emergency exit and everything that okay, when there's fire outbreak, can what's it called, emergency responder, can they easily access the building?
Right.
Is it built in a place that okay, government still have a lot to do aside this insurance thing? So government still have a lot to do aside this insurance thing.
Right.
So government still have to provide a lot of equipment for responder.
Yes.
Fire trucks. They have to construct roads in community so that when fire incident happens, they are able to access the sites in limited time. So, but for this insurance that okay they've created, I think it prevents losses. It will limit losses when fire incident happen. So if fire is a disaster that no one can predict, it happens. We can't predict it and it always happens. So when it happens like that, you know that okay, some people, when a fire incident happened at what's it called? Okeani Market, Balogun Market last year, and destroyed a lot of properties and warehouses. Many people died as a result of that, not from the fire, just from the outbreak
itself. But do we know how the government intends to enforce compliance itself, and what happens to the property owners that fail to obtain the required insurance? Do we know any of the things that will happen?
Like I said earlier, the details is not in the public yet, but based on the initial statement released by the government, there is 5 million penalty for defaulters, for landlords and property owners that fail to insure their residents. So when will this law start to take place? When will they start enforcing it? They've not stated it, but they are saying that, okay, and they can see your building. If they see that, okay, you are not complying with the regulation, you are not insuring your building. There's an agency that has been empowered to do so. It's called LABSCA, Lagos State Building Control Agency. So it has been empowered to do so. You can seal your building.
That makes sense.
When they take legal step against such property owner, there's 5 million naira penalty that such person will pay for not insuring his building.
Now, Taufik, do you see this in any way in increasing insurance penetration, expanding the market for property insurance in Nigeria? Do you see any of these things happening with this?
You know, the insurance market in Nigeria is still very, very limited, and you know there is trust deficit.
Yes, agreed.
Yes. So people always skeptical when they come to try to say, well, when we insure our building or car, whenever anything happens, we don't get our claims, everything. So it's for this policy to be successful, or for the insurance market to expand, there has to be trust. When people see that, okay, some people do it, and maybe after fire incidents happen, we don't pray for such, but it's a natural disaster that always happen. But when it happens, they get their claims as stated by the insurance company or this thing. More people will be willing to enroll. Of course, it will expand insurance penetration, and also it also boils down to the issue of affordability.
Right.
So we have a lot of low-income earners and low-income house owners. There are some places that, fine, their house is there, but the houses there, they are for low-income earners. So the insurance company also must have plans that will cover all this category of people, not just for the high-income earners or the high-rise owners. Also, they have to put a plan together that will cover this category of users in order to expand the initiative to others.
I do hope that this is in no way simply another regulatory requirement, or do you think that this offers a stronger financial case for protecting assets against unexpected losses? I think you've answered that to a large extent.
Of course.
So we're not seeing a case where this is just another regulatory requirement that Lagos State government, just brings out of nowhere. You don't see it as that.
No, well, I've said it earlier that we have a lot of laws that we are not implementing, and government also lack capacity or maybe unwilling to the political will to implement some laws. But I think if the government is determined that, okay, this law, we are going to implement it, it will be a game changer, like I've said earlier. So I think it's a good one if the government can implement it. But implementation has always been a major challenge in Nigeria, not only in Lagos State, across the Federation. When it comes to implementing laws, we have good law, fine laws on documents, but implementation is the main.
It's always a big challenge. Yes. As politics and policy correspondent here at Business Day, what should we be watching out for in the coming month to judge whether this policy is delivering the intended results?
Of course, we as journalists will continue to do our work, do investigation as to in the next, maybe by the next few months, if any fire outbreak happens, we'll reach out to the victims. We'll see if they are covered under any insurance plan, and also we reach out. We'll be monitoring the trend. We are going to get more information from the government as to how are they planning to implement this new initiative in order to ensure that Lagosians are complying with it.
Yeah.
So also we'll be speaking with property owners also. Are they fine with the initiative? Are they in support of it? Do they think it will change anything going forward? That's what we'll be doing.
And what should we as regular citizens, what should we also be looking out for?
Of course, for regular citizens, what we should be looking out for is to believe that this initiative, like I've said earlier, is based on trust. If citizens say that this initiative they know that when fire happens, there are always losses. They know, everybody knows that. But are they sure that when they are covered, when they pay for insurance, they will get their claims when fire accident? Yes. If they are assured of that, I'm very sure people will key into the initiative. And of course, they will be expecting government to even do far more than that. In terms of providing the right equipment and the enabling environment for first responders, rescuers, Lagos State Fire Service to operate when there is fire incident. Fine, they are one of the best in the country based on reports, but they still need to do more in preventing fire outbreak or in responding promptly to fire outbreak. Not just insurance, like I've said, insurance will not put out fire. It's to prevent losses that always happen after fire. But the main focus of the government is to prevent the fire, and in doing so, is one of their own responsibility is to provide adequate equipment for fire service, and also ensure that buildings have the safety measures in place to ensure that no fire incidents. We have to do every possible means to prevent it. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, Taufik Oyedokun, correspondent politics and policy at BusinessDay Media Limited. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on Behind the Headlines. This is where we close the curtain here, Behind the Headlines. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
All right.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions?
Welcome.
Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good morning and welcome, viewers. This is Business Week, a weekly program where we dissect business trends that happened over the course of the week and help it make sense for our listeners and audience. My name is Lolade. I'm standing in for the publisher today, who's usually the host. And I'm joined by Bumi Billy, one of our usual guests, and a new debutant, if you like, Dikko Oladende.
Good morning, man. Good to be here.
Great. So before we get into our conversation for the day, we have an exciting lineup for you. Let's just take the headlines. On a local scene, Nigeria deploys troops to Guinea-Bissau for ECOWAS peace mission. Nasima launches applications for a $150 million expansion loan for manufacturers and transport firms. And of course, the big one, 43 insurers have scaled the recapitalization hurdle, while 8 await their fate. NICOM will need to clarify whether those 8 have sufficiently raised the required capital and if they would continue as a going business. On the foreign scene, Iran denies asking US not to cease striking the country, and 72 people have been reported dead in Spain's Ceuta migrant rush. All right, so we can get into the topic for today. I think a good place to start would be to look at the big companies that released their financials in the course of the week. We had Seplat, we had MTN as well, and it was really good from what I saw. I mean, Seplat, for one, their PAT up by more than 3 times. Same with MTN. In fact, MTN reported nearly 3 trillion naira in half-year earnings. I remember when, for a company to go a full year to report revenues of 1 trillion naira in a full year was such a big deal. And this is just maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the first time it ever happened. Same MTN. But now you have a situation where half year, almost 3 trillion naira. There's a lot of money in this economy.
Yeah. Well, for me, a whole lot. And when you check the fact that a large data
business,
is basically one of the biggest drivers for this growth we've seen. And despite all of, prices were increased, and then a lot of Nigerians were complaining, prices were up, blah, blah, blah. You would expect that to trickle into subscription rates, but I'm not sure that's really because, again, the business still did very, very well compared to the preceding quarter. So it showed that, yes, a lot of Nigerians are spending more time on their phone, but then a lot of business activities are now going on the phone. A lot of business transactions can be done via your WhatsApp, via your social media handles. So there's a booming business around. Again, we live in a hybrid environment where a lot of people are connecting to meetings, virtual, either within the country or outside the country. So the economy is no longer sleeping based on a 9 to 5. There's a lot of economy that works around beyond the official 9 to 5 hours. And then all of this is trickling down into the telecom, and now you can see their revenue. And of course, they're paying dividend, which is what matters the most.
Yes, for investors, right?
Yeah. So, but yes, even though their profit was a good one, in terms of growth rate, it wasn't better compared to last year.
Are you talking about MTN?
MTN, yes, MTN. I mean, I remember in
profit after tax rose 70%.
Yes, but if you look at it in maybe H1 2024 compared to H1 20, it's grew by triple digits percentage growth. And then when MTN hit 1 trillion naira revenue was in Q1 last year. That was when they exited loss. So what I'm just trying to say is, yes, they're off loss, their back profits are rising, but I'm just saying that the performance last year is better compared to this year. Although the CEO Carl was saying that this is the first time, I think in a while, they had an FX gain compared to last year.
Maybe I'm going to take it this. I don't see how last year's performance was better.
No. Do you know why? Because I remember when, I think it was when did they release their H1? July, right? I mean, the profits grew by 200%, like almost 200% growth. And then August 1st, that was when everybody was talking about MTN hitting the 10 trillion market cap, right? So investors were just rushing, the shares were rising. I mean, if you compare the share price of MTN last year, it was around maybe close to 400 or something. Now it's around 800. I'm just saying investors' appetite for the company was actually massive last year. But when you look at it now, even though it's close to about 7 trillion, the growth rate is not higher, is not as much as last year. So, but Carl said something that I think when they suspended end-time lending, that affected their books. But when you look at the contribution to the revenue, it's not even up to.
Yes, it's significant because a company that is declaring 2.9 trillion in revenues and 707 billion naira in profit after tax. The airtime lending business, the entirety of it was worth 400 billion. And MTN is certainly not the only player in that market. So that the amount that is not a.
But they said they are going to actually resume.
But speaking about still on MTN, because we need to also talk about Seplat. But speaking of MTN, I think good results. Yeah, you talked about the share price movement. It's been tremendous, and I think it's because people see real value in that stock, and that's why it's doing the way it's doing. And the truth is that if you look at the business, it's a very sustainable one that will keep giving. What drove revenues this time was data revenue, and you know that more people are consuming data.
Even despite the tariff.
Yes, more people are consuming data. It's what it is. So as that happens, you'd expect that more investors will price that into. But before we talk about Seplat, because this also impacts Seplat and all of the listed companies, Seplat also did well, 400 and something % increase in PAT. But are we, the Nigerian Stock Exchange in returns has been up 60% so far this year. But, and you have companies like MTN, Seplat and Co that are doing well, you know, attracting very good investor confidence and all that, but it looks like it's a local game. The foreign investors are still not really playing in the equities market. Because if you look at the capital importation report, you see that most foreign investors put money instead in the bond market. I think we've talked about this on the show before. You know, the money is going to the bond market debts, right? But not much is flowing into equities. You know, and these guys are not, they don't feel bad in any way that they've missed out on what is the world's best stock market return.
In fact, there's something.
And then you have companies like MTN, etc., that are still doing well, and then the outlook is they would even continue to do well. Is this the opportunity now for local investors to just dig in, you know, waiting that the foreign guys might come later and that would drive another rally? Is this the time now for the local investors to position? Because we need to bring this home. Yes, it's good that these companies are declaring good profit, but what does it mean for the average investor, the retail investor? They're asking questions. Are these good companies to invest in? MTN, Seplat?
Well, for me, I think of course, because the more these companies are doing well in terms of numbers, more dividend. Yes. I mean, for an average, if I'm buying a company stock at 10 naira and 6 months, 20 naira, 30 naira, I mean, that's a big deal for investors, right? And of course for shareholders. So again, to the question of why foreigners are not playing in the markets, I mean, I've not thought about that before. So the first thing that came to my mind is, are they still skeptical about the Nigerian markets? Is it a pre-election year conversation? Do we need to do more in terms of putting structures in place just to lure them into the equities markets? Do we need to? Because I'm just thinking a lot about it, but I don't have the
confidence. I just think, I mean, several times we talked about this, how the FX reform really badly hurt a lot of multinationals, right? I mean, MTN was badly hurt, was affected. I can't remember one other, Cadbury and so. So I guess they've not really recovered from those losses because they were really bleeding. So I guess it's going to also take time. And you know, we've talked about what they are doing to actually, the companies and businesses in Nigeria. You know, we've talked about, okay, what's the government doing to actually improve the business environment? Because for you to actually attract foreign investment, you actually have to improve your business environment. And how do you improve the business environment? You reduce inflation, you reduce interest rates, you give out loans to businesses. So when those businesses have access to credit, they are able to expand, and that increases employment opportunities, and that increases economic activities. And when investors begin to see that, they will not have that confidence to invest. So that is just really the ish that is happening.
I mean, for me, it's slightly different. I feel like, yes, while it's important for us to do something about the ease of doing business, reduce the cost of business. But the truth is, some of the challenges that we have today, they've always been there. They were there in 2014 when we had a lot of foreign investors exposed to the market, and they're still largely there today, sadly. But I think that perhaps, sometimes it's maybe these foreigners are just waiting to see if we're able to sustain the reform momentum.
Is important.
Because I think for them, what matters the most is they're investing in dollars. What matters the most is your FX market. The central bank has done all the right reforms to ensure that the naira is stable. We're building external reserves, about $52 billion now. That should give confidence, because that's like 10 months, provides cover for 10 months of imports. That should give confidence. But it looks like the foreigners are just also distracted by the fact that, look, it's about opportunity costs. They look at the debt market and they see that they can make good, significant, high double-digit returns in the bond market. So why take a risk by going into the equities market? So I think it's a case of, they would rather just for now. So when you have a situation where, if it wasn't for some of the latest developments that toppled our forecasts for lower inflation rate and then lower MPR rate this year, maybe we would have started seeing CBN cutting rates. But I think that when you start to see that happen, rates start to come down, the bond market, the returns are not as attractive as they are now, high double digits, then it will force foreign investors to take a look at them. But right now, they are more than okay just lending money to the federal government without taking any risk whatsoever.
Exactly.
But the equities market, there's always one risk or the other. Even though we know that these companies are doing well, but just one event can, make things.
There was something I discovered on Friday. In fact, something I'm working on. I remember when we talked about how Nigerian stock market is the best performing in the world.
Yes, yeah.
Zimbabwe has overtaken Nigeria.
Oh, really?
But my view
is that in dollar terms?
In dollar terms.
Investment in equity would really add more value to the Nigerian economy.
Absolutely.
Because that's where you can get value across the value chain, and then you can see the multiplier effect.
Yes. And for our reform story as well, for our growth story, our economic picture, it's always best when people are investing in the equities market, because that's equity capital they're dropping, right? That they're putting in. They're taking a piece of that business because they feel like, yes, this has process. So they are putting their money where their mouth is, right? They're involved. But when it comes to the debt market, you're essentially lending. You don't need to believe in the reforms that the government of the day is overtaking. What matters is that I'm lending this money to you at this rate, and you pay me when it's time. Simple. So I think but those rates are high. Those rates are still very high, because the central bank has an eye on inflation and all of that. So when we start to see those rates come down, I guess we would start to.
I wonder what's going to happen when I think July is out, right? Is it July we're expecting, right? I wonder how July inflation rate will be. That's what I'm kind of wondering, because a lot of African countries have started seeing a decline in inflation, like Kenya, for example. It's picked up again.
And it's down to the US-Iran.
And Ghana too has, in fact, the story I did, badly hurt by this Iran. And now I hear that oil prices close to 90. Is it last week?
Right? Dropped this morning.
It's up and down.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He's trying to predict the oil market.
That's what I'm saying.
Because of all what is happening.
Exactly.
The global talk, anything little news event. We don't know what's happening with the US Iran. They ceasefire today. It's hostilities. It's just.
It's true.
Do we still have time to talk about Seplat?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, let's talk about the highlights of Seplat as well. I mean, Seplat is one big company. It's the largest indigenous oil company in Nigeria. So, it's always good to talk about them. A lot of people do not know that Seplat already pays dividends in dollars. I know that people thought that Dangote refinery would be the first one, but Seplat has been doing it. But let's talk about Seplat. Their revenue rose by, profit after tax rose by 498% to $164 million.
Almost 500%.
Yeah, and then revenues of $1.82 billion, up from $1.3 billion last same period last year.
Yeah,
so talk us through the numbers.
No, we started talking about the fruits of reforms, right?
Yeah.
So one of the fruits, this is a classic example of a company that is benefiting from the reforms of the new administration. So let's not forget that they signed a deal to acquire ExxonMobil assets. That deal took forever, and immediately the deal was approved. They got to work, and what we are seeing now is gas production and oil production from the ExxonMobil's assets that they bought are now tickling into Seplat's oil production. So some of those assets were lying fallow, they were non-explored due to one or two issues. So Seplat have been able to get those fields up and running. So that's the basic thing that is driving their numbers. And then guess what? They've not even explored 50% of the total assets they got from ExxonMobil.
Incredible.
So they were able to, so in H1, they were able to revive at least 26 oil wells. So that's contributed about 55,000 barrels to their current oil production. So they have a total oil production now of about 156,000 barrels per day. So clearly they are the biggest in terms of oil production, and again they've not scratched
because they've not even started to reap 50% of what is possible for the Exxon assets.
So there's still gas as well. So the outlook is high. I mean, if you have the money, you should be looking into
Seplat.
Into this.
I know one interesting thing is that Seplat actually has a lower price to earnings ratio than Aradel. You know, people thought that, you know, Aradel is the new entrant. Aradel is like the next Seplat. If you look at the share price, Seplat is how much? It's over 10,000 naira, you know, and then Aradel is still around 8,000, something less than 2,000 naira, you know. But interestingly, Seplat actually has a higher price to earnings ratio than Aradel. And for our listeners, I think it's important because if you really want to, if you're doing stock valuation, that's how you know it's a stock that is undervalued or overvalued. It's not really by the absolute price. It's like looking at how much investors are paying for each naira or each dollar of earnings from that company. And Seplat is around, I think, 13 times, and Aradel is 16 times. Yes.
What does that mean?
It means Aradel is more expensive than Seplat. Even though Seplat is over 10,000, less than 2,000. Yeah.
I mean, Seplat is you can't go wrong when you do business or when you invest your money with Seplat, because first of all, they are listed on the London Stock Exchange as well.
Yeah, that's
a lot of
that
things.
That counts for something.
That counts definitely for something. And then the fact that they are also very, they are being run by some of the best in the entire market. So one of the major highlights, again, which we didn't mention as well, is they actually sold some of their JV assets to NNPC as well for about $268 million, which is, I mean, a big deal, considering the fact that, so what that deal did was to increase their cash and allows them to, I think their debt they took some loans to acquire the ExxonMobil assets, so they are paying off some of those loans as well, and then loans have reduced by at least 50% as well. So the point is, again, I mean, at BusinessDay, we did an article of how nobody would have known about this deal if Seplat had not paid them, done their due diligence in trying to meet their London Stock Exchange regulatory approval, and then, of course, the Nigerian Stock Exchange approvals as well, by revealing to investors what they are doing with their money. Because you can't just take your investors' money and not tell them what you are doing with it. So you need to give an account for it.
So is it that the London Stock Exchange is making them to be more accountable and more transparent?
Well, the truth is, when you are listed on the London Stock Exchange, it's actually much more rigorous. A lot of things are, excuse me. So a lot of demands will be made from you. Your books have to be as open as possible. There is no.
Transparency is a big deal.
Transparency is so much a big deal.
But now, so it looks like, from what I hear you say before, Seplat still has very bright prospects, even though it's doing well now. If it starts to get 100% of the assets acquired from ExxonMobil, you know, just sweating all of that, it will definitely add to the number of barrels produced and all of that. But you know, there's also something significant that has happened at Seplat this year, which is the change of the change in ownership. Chairman, the chairman, the new chairman, yes, and then the MD as well. How do you see? I mean, the replacements for both the chairman and the CEO. Of course, the chairman being Tony Elumelu, and then the new CEO as well. How do you see that change impacting Seplat going forward?
Well, so it's a bit, first of all, the chairman is not a traditional oil and gas person, right? So your CEO is somebody who has been part of the system and then is coming in to perhaps give new ideas or fresh ideas. Looking at where Seplat had been coming from Austin Avuru to Roger Brown, and now there's a new guy in town as well. The company have always been building on previous momentum, right? So even when I think Udo Udoma was the chairman at some point, despite that, it doesn't stop them from trying to bid for more assets. And looking at how bullish Tony Elumelu is, he wants to. I'm not sure he has invested in anything, and that thing had seen a decline, right from. So the fact that Tony Elumelu is a well-known name in the markets, so that would count for something as well when Seplat is going bullish. So the outlook is they'll probably be acquiring more assets. So anytime there's a major, the last time there was a bid round, Seplat was not part of it because they claimed they wanted to fully maximize the ExxonMobil assets because they don't believe in buying assets and then keeping it and not utilizing it. So they want to completely sweat out the ExxonMobil assets first of all. All the money is channeled towards sweating out the ExxonMobil assets. Then they'll move to go back to the bid rounds and then start bidding for assets, either from IOCs that are investing or the government that is willing to sell. So bonus factor is there. The fact that he has antecedents of being a very multi-dimensional running successful company. And then the fact that they have a corporate structure that evolves around being the number one oil company in Nigeria. So whoever is coming in, you have to key into the corporate structure and then just go along the fact that this company is set to perhaps be the next big deal in Nigeria's market.
I saw a news last week about Tony. I don't know, the oil rig or oil fields that the government was meant to give, but he wasn't. He was part of the guys that were not. He lost out on the bid. Thank you.
So it's not Tony. It's not the Seplat Energies. It's Airs Energy. And then Airs Energy is about they are doing currently about 3,000 or 2,500. I mean, some have speculated that there's a likelihood that Seplat might take over the Airs Energy because majority of people who are running the Airs Energies are not they are core finance people, really. They don't have the industry technicalities in terms of running oil and gas assets. So they are, I mean, some have speculated that. But then again, interesting times ahead, and we look forward to what the market will look like under Tony.
All right, on that note, we'll take a short break and we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Before we took our short break, we were talking about the impressive outing of some of Nigeria's largest companies, MTN, Nigeria, and Seplat, and their half-year financial results, and what it means for investors and the retail market. But before we pivot to our next topic of discussion today, I still want to do a quick one. So of those two companies we talked about, Seplat and MTN, buy, hold, sell, what would it be for you? For Seplat?
Buy.
Seplat? Buy, hold, sell, Buni?
Buy.
Okay. I'll say buy as well. So I think it's a unanimous. The MTN, buy, hold, sell.
I think I would sell.
You will sell MTN? Okay. But what are you doing to MTN?
I think I'll still buy.
Yeah, I think I'll buy. All right. So that's good. I think that's fair for both companies. Because, we said earlier that if you look at the real value here, these companies are doing so well, but you have a situation where the liquidity in the market is not deep enough to appreciate the good results. Because, we talked about how foreign investors are still not playing in that market as you would expect. Imagine if they were in, then so it's the local guys driving most of the demand, we'll say. But anyway, so let's move to our second topic, and it's still around the economy. In 2023, following the election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we undertook some reforms. Reforms that I know for sure that Business Day, we were at the forefront of advocating for those reforms because we felt that it was distorting the market and distorting the economy, and it was subsidies in the FX market and in the downstream petroleum sector, right? So you had FX subsidies, you had multiple rates, and then you had petrol subsidy as well, because we're trying to subsidize the cost of petrol for people. And we know that those two combined used to take close to $15 billion annually from Nigeria. And then in came in the reforms, swept that under the carpet, made away with subsidy gone, right? The famous quote. And I know that even while we were doing our campaigns then, that look, this petrol subsidy, for instance, you can't do this because we can't afford it and all of that. We were then making the case that if you want to subsidize, countries around the world, governments subsidize, but they subsidize production and not consumption. In our own case, our subsidies were channeled at consumption and not production, so it was not the right way to go. You know, but people expected that, you know, once you get out of this, you know, expensive practice, if you like, then it frees up cash for the government to invest in, you know, infrastructure, human capital, and all of that. Now we've seen some cash, especially if you look at the states. Right? If you look at the states and what they're doing, their budgets, some of them have, you know, increased their budget by 100%. They're spending more. They don't longer own salaries. Local governments as well, they're doing that. But the federal government, you know, it's neither here nor there. But the Minister of Finance has said that he's going to publish the details of how the subsidy, the savings from the subsidy has been utilized. And I think a lot of Nigerians have expectations. They want to see, okay, so we had expectations that this is where we didn't get all of what we expected, but the states have been flush with cash. What are your expectations ahead of that release? What do you think you would see there?
I would be talking about Jeffrey Epstein. But again, a lot of most people would want. So what would they want to see? They would want to see projects. It's infrastructure, because the whole idea
projects. Okay.
Again, we can't. The whole idea of, I remember we've done a lot of articles that said, look, subsidies spent can build 33,000 primary health care centers. Subsidy spend can build 1,000 primary schools, quality primary schools. Subsidy spend can do A, B, C, D. So what a lot of Nigerians would want to see is the money channeled towards quality infrastructure, power plants. We've not heard of any. So maybe the government have been keeping them in secret, and then they want to, I don't know, that would be the only thing that would make sense to a lot of people, because rather than that, we can't. And again, I give an instance. If you look at Qatar, for instance, if you look at Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of quality infrastructural assets that are tied towards savings from oil boom era. So for instance, you can see a high-rise building of probably 20,000, 10,000 or 5,000 story building, just giving an example. And then you just see a note somewhere built from oil boom of 1960 era.
So there's real projects you can point to. You know, they always carry that label that this was funded by how many of the projects we have in Nigeria?
I mean, we can't count of any. So if you look at, that's the only thing that would make sense for this, is to have a list that would say, oh, the government is planning to build 20,000 quality primary health care centers. Because a lot of the Nigerians have argued that, look, yes, subsidy gone, but then governors are living large. Local governments have nothing to show for it. There's nothing to show that, for instance, I currently stay in Alimosho. Before subsidy removal, Alimosho had monthly FAC of about 200 million. Now they have close to 1.2 billion. I stay in that local government. I still don't see anything that has changed from before pre-subsidy era and then post-subsidy era. The roads are still bad. The inner roads are still very poor. The primary health care center there is still, nothing much has changed, maybe apart from repainting it. I'm not sure if they've put in any major infrastructure there. So, and I'm sure, I don't know if that's the case across board, but then if you look at the 2026 budget as well, Business Day did a story of how the government is prioritizing buying Okada rather than
motorcycles,
tricycle
acquisition,
rather than prioritizing developmental projects for the people. So when you see those kind of scenarios, it puts a question mark back on the conversation of the government head, we need to remove subsidy. But I'm not sure they heard that we need to prioritize subsidizing production. And they just heard subsidy gone and they just went to tag with.
So they're taking off subsidy. But before Bumi comes in, you've touched on something very important there. You gave a very good example of Alimosho and how FARC allocation to Alimosho has gone from 200 million naira a month to 1.2 billion naira a month. Local government. Sometimes do we expect too much of the federal government that we lose sight of what's happening? Shouldn't we even hold the local government, which is closer to us, more accountable, the states?
You need to.
Because if you look at the structure of this subsidy removal, it has benefited the states even more than the federal government. So the federal government, don't forget, the FX subsidy removal led to a massive devaluation of the currency. The federal government has external debt exposure. They have dollar-denominated debt. So the minute the naira moved, the costs of servicing went up. And you can almost say that servicing costs has almost swallowed all the gains from petrol subsidy removal for the federal government. But these states, a lot of them do not have that dollar exposure. So they still deal in naira. So for them, you have a situation where the states are the real biggest beneficiaries from the removal, but Nigerians, are we asking the right questions? Are we still looking at the federal government and expecting that it's the federal government that should fix all these little things? But look at Alimosho and other local governments. What are they doing with the money?
In fact, the states often, the states and the locals are closer to the people.
Yeah.
They actually know what the people need. Do you understand? They can actually help people in terms of providing basic amenities. I remember one time, a friend of mine that works in local government, I think Ilupeju, he told me that in terms of sharing revenue that's to the local government, I mean, it depends based on the country, like how much you give to them, right, in terms of funds. I mean, for example, that local government, Ilupeju was saying that they get close to about 2.4 trillion, is it not trillion? Billion.
Trillion, yeah.
Billion. I was like, when he told me, I was with my mouth like this. Like, I was so surprised, and I'm like, so why are we still having these challenges and problems? So back to the stuff about the subsidy that Udele said about preparing a detailed report. In 2023, they came out to say that they saved about 1 trillion naira. Why didn't the former Minister of Economy and Wale Edun say that they were going to pay a detailed report? Why didn't we track on these things? Because according to Yodele, he's saying that the amount of money, I think the subsidy that was saved is close to about, I think, is it how many percent of Nigerian GDP? I think, is it 20%? I think it's close to 20% of Nigerian. No, sorry, 5%. 5% of the Nigerian GDP. That's close to about, let's say, $20 billion. In Naira terms, that's about 3 trillion. So from about 2023, it has grown from 1 trillion to about 3 trillion. And he's saying that amount has been spent on salaries, especially when they did the 77 minimum wage increase, and then you are servicing student loans. So why is it that we have the Nigerian Labour Congress always thinking of going on strike? Why do we have teachers complaining? So my own thing is that is a good one, saying that, okay, fine, doing a detailed report to track how this money is spent, because it's going to hold more people more accountable. We talked about the states and we also talked about the local government. The federal government, it's just like maybe what the CBN has done. They've done their parts, do you understand? But it's now up to the states and local government, because like I said earlier, they are closer to the people. They know how to get to the needs of these people, but we don't hold them accountable. If we're able to, okay, let's say for example, Udele publishes the report, and maybe a state or a local government, it's defaulting in terms of sharing the money. How do we hold them accountable? Do you understand? How do we know how this money is shared? How do we track these funds? So it's beyond that. And also in terms of the report, who is it partnering with to do this report? Remember in our CEO conference, he talked about also tracking how the reforms have reduced poverty. But he wasn't really detailed to give us, because if you want to partner with NBS, I'm sorry, didn't we always talking about how the NBS have been defaulted in terms of releasing reports. The only one they've been releasing is inflation, GDP, unemployment, and all those other macros are still like.
I know the Minister of Finance is still new on the job. He just came in, but I see that he's under a lot of pressure already, which you expect. But I don't know, publishing a separate document detailing how you utilize subsidy. It should be in the budget. Exactly. Why do you need to publish a separate document? What's all the
like the budget implementation, right?
Yes, it should be in the budget. It should be there. That budget implementation report. This is what we did. This is the amount. And even in the budget, you should account for it. That this is the money that we are banking on that can be linked to savings from subsidy.
Yeah.
And then these are the projects we're going to do.
But if you do that, so people have question about how transparent will it be and how detailed it will be.
So that's it's a good step to list, and then for people to know.
So the first step is listing projects.
Yeah.
We can now have a different conversation of getting investigative journalists.
Exactly. So find out. Yes. But at least list it out. Let's go and find out. Because we all live in Nigeria. You're not going to tell us about a project that we cannot readily confirm. We cannot roll our eyes.
Or maybe you say we are building a power plant in my local government, for instance. You can't. It's not a pin that you keep.
Yes.
Quality primary healthcare center is not a pin that you need.
These things get noticed. These things get noticed. And another debate. Let me just, while we round up on this topic, so that we can trash our last point, is that I've also heard another side of the argument where people say that truth is Nigeria was borrowing to pay petrol subsidy and all the likes, and if you are looking for the biggest gain or return today from the end of subsidy, is that we are not borrowing as much as we were borrowing then. At some point in this country, in fact, our debt service revenue as a percentage, debt service as a percentage of revenue was in the high 90s%, right? So they make the point that one way to be sure that we want to see the benefit of that, the government is borrowing less. Now, we might have a larger debt stock now, because obviously, that the external debt component has also ballooned because of the Naira devaluation. But at least we're not borrowing from the central bank.
I thought we were trying to reduce our exposure on that external borrowing.
Yeah, at least we're not borrowing from the central bank.
Well, my view
was what we were doing, that we went as high as 23 trillion, 22.9 trillion under the previous administration.
My view is your subsidy thing was like a scam. Because first of all, let's not forget that at some point during the subsidy era, our oil production was clocking 98 million liters a day. Now our actual production is hovering around 55 to 50 million liters. A large chunk of those money the government claims they were borrowing was because our consumption numbers were inflated. Because a lot of people claim we were consuming, again, how industrialized that way to be consuming 98 million liters a day. When, how many, apart from Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, how many other states are economically viable to consume that amount of petrol? So we can't borrow as much as that again, because we can see the true picture of what Nigeria's actual petrol consumption is. But then again, if you are giving more money to the local government and you are giving more money to the states, should that have been the best way to have any excess of any amount of money, be it 1 million, be it 2 billion, no matter how small it is? Should sharing it to the different levels of government being the solution? Or should we have had a pause, put perhaps a trusted economists in charge of the pause and say, look, let there be the same way I had the presidential committee on tax, can't you have a presidential committee on removal of petrol subsidy, and then let them give accounts to Nigerians
of how the money is being utilized.
Of how the money is being utilized. I mean, that's but that argument as well, that look, we don't borrow as much as we were doing during the subsidy era, is very valid. But then again, all of these money that have been given to these levels of governments, either the local or the states, should be properly accounted for. And I feel that that's where the federal government comes in, because the federal government controls key ministries and key parastatals that can hold the different levels of government responsible. We have the police, we have the EFCC, we have the ICPC. All these are under the control of the federal government. So if the federal government, and again, some have said, look, the federal government is using these institutions more like a underdog on the opposition. But then if these institutions of government have been up on their job, and then following the trail of the money, like, I mean, at some point in this country, the Inspector General of Police was under arrest because he was caught involved in corruption at some point. So if we have that level of attention to details of the security agencies monitoring all of these guys, I think we would have a better result. And because what we have now is, the moment you get this money, just jump to the ruling party, and then it's almost as if all your sins are forgiven. Remember Delta State, at some point, the governor of Delta is a very rich oil producing state. The governor was alleged to have stolen 1 billion. immediately jumped camp. All of the sins were
So
forgiven.
that's it.
So how do you hold
In
such
fact, if
institutions
you recall,
accountable?
there was a time
Just
when
one second, please.
Tinubu appointed ministers. He said they were going to have a scorecard.
Yeah.
What has gone with that scorecard so far?
Yeah.
We don't hear about that anymore.
Do you need a scorecard to know how they're performing? I mean, that
is where the accountability comes in.
Yeah,
So that
agreed.
I just had an example.
Yeah,
That's where the accountability comes into.
Mhm.
But how far have we gone with that? We've not heard about the scorecard since.
Maybe he hasn't
Yes.
just made it public. I mean, you've seen some changes in the cabinet. Wale Edun, for instance, has had to make. Maybe it's safe to assume that he scored lowly on that scorecard. Yeah, but anyway, so that's that. Let's quickly deal with our last topic today. Ethiopia is selling passports for $10 million. $10 million. Ethiopia is Africa's second largest population, right? And the economy is opening up. Abiy Ahmed doing well. Like expectations have always been that he would make some significant impact in Ethiopia, and I think that is happening with what they're doing, with opening up the economy to more private capital and everything. But now they're also then saying that investors, just to ease your entry and exit from the country, you get a passport for $10 million.
In fact, when I heard that amount, I was shocked because
let's understand it first. What is this about?
So usually the golden visa is more or less like citizenship by investment or investment by citizenship. You become the citizen of that country by the investments you make. So, and the reason why you have Ethiopia and more other countries are doing it is because I remember previously in the show I talked about how US foreign aid has dropped. Ethiopia is the biggest beneficiary, but they're seeing a decline that affected them. So that's they have less access to revenue. And a lot of African governments like Ethiopia don't want to borrow externally because it's expensive for them to pay back those loans. So they are now trying to find a way to attract foreign investments locally. But my issue with that is that Mauritius, which is also a small economy, but in terms of wealth, they are like the per capita income, they're like the richest. I think they're like second richest. They did introduce a golden visa in April, but expect that $1 million. And then you have Botswana, which also did their own, I think in March. They are also considering it. It's not even up to 100.
So $10 million has to be the highest in Africa. What is giving Ethiopia this confidence to believe that?
Is their visa really worth that amount?
Because their visa, in terms of when you look at visa performance,
what's the economy
it's still below par. Look at even countries. The highest, Singapore, for example, is around $8 million. And they have New Zealand. It's not even up to 5.
So what is there something Ethiopia is saying that's making them price this passport this high?
So maybe what they are trying to do is to get ultra high rich guys, right? I remember when I had discussion
because the size of the market, you don't want to discount that. It's still the second largest in Africa.
Are you trying to get? Are you trying to? It's not even up to. It's not even. I don't think it's even.
But that's if you're looking at the market today.
It's not up to.
But if you're making projections.
No, they are making projections. They are going to see the biggest, the highest GDP growth in the continent this year. So maybe that is what they are also banking on, the reforms they are done. But you talked about the visa. When it comes to performance of the visa, especially in terms of access, they are still among the least, right? Ethiopia is still, in terms of maybe peace, right? Because how do you attract, one of the major ways you attract investors is how safe the environment is, right? But how are they on that, right? So that's just the issue I have.
We'll still take you on this matter, but we've got to go. We've run out of time. The producers have been sending me signals.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.